Emotion mid-Zeth usually has the upper hand in this rivalry, winning 53% of their encounters overall. It's a bit concerning that he's staring down a second straight loss after his struggles earlier today. He'll need to shake that off quickly. Emotion mid. A total shutdown. He simply refuses to let Zeth get any footing here. His recent loss to Lancer might be weighing on him here. Unreal. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he somehow walked away from the wreckage. He's certainly making up for that prior defeat against Zeth. Zeth finally finds his mark, taking the round with a clean shot. A much needed answer for the higher ranked man. He's putting on a strong display of resolve, grabbing another round to keep this rally going. Zeth is finally proving why the crowd backed him to win this one. A complete shutdown. He's just found the gear that has completely silenced the opposition. A patient sequence here, but Omnic eventually finds the mark to regain a 2-round lead. He's looking way more comfortable than that rank 35 tag suggests. Omnic has a career win rate of only 36%, which makes this lead even more impressive given the pressure. It's really a testament to his composure that he's outperforming his usual numbers in this specific set. He's firmly in the driver's seat now. Omnic's really cruising now with a commanding 7-4 lead. The higher ranked man is really struggling to find an answer. Omnic takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is a huge swing considering Zeth has owned the head-to-head battle for years. He's completely flipped the script on the veteran in this half. Time to see if Zeth wakes up. Omnic is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. He has yet to lose a map here today. Omnic is just dominating, moving to a 10-4 lead. The momentum has completely shifted since their previous meeting here. Zeth just needed a moment to breathe, and he's definitely starting to push back against the pressure. He's certainly trying to protect that top 25 ranking. Emotion mid. The tide is just refusing to turn for Zeth. He's fighting an uphill battle now. Emotion mid. That's a tough spot for the 25th ranked man to be in. He shuts down the comeback attempt and puts himself on the verge of victory. The higher ranked man is just putting on a clinic tonight. Zeth survives the onslaught with an effortless response, denying his opponent an immediate victory. That's a glimpse of the skill we expected from the favorite. A remarkably sharp finish to keep the hope alive. He's certainly starting to fight back against those odds. What a finish! Omnic shuts the door on this series with a perfect final kill. A complete turnaround for the underdog who just proved that he can handle the heat against the top 25. Lancer has been the dominant force in this rivalry with 103 head-to-head wins over Omnic. You can tell he feels very comfortable against this specific opponent. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can close that gap today. He's simply not missing today, putting up a perfect start to this set. Omnic has definitely shaken off those quick wins from earlier today. He's just completely in control of the server, taking a fourth straight round without taking a single hit. A complete blowout. He is just untouchable in this opening stretch. The rating difference between these two is certainly showing right now. Omnic finally gets around on the board, cleaning up with a quick reaction. Lancer has typically thrived on this specific layout with a 43% win rate. It's clearly helping him maintain his composure and outpace Omnic as the game progresses. We just have to see if that map familiarity is enough to shut the door on this series quickly. Lancer secures another clean round, completely shutting down any hope of a rally from his opponent. This looks a lot like their last encounter on Blame map. The momentum has completely shifted and he is just steamrolling through this set. Omnic is definitely feeling the pressure after a great result against Zeth. A sharp reaction from Omnic to pick up another one before the break. Lancer heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. Honestly, the gaps in skill we saw coming are on full display here. He's just far too strong for Omnic right now. Omnic needs a spark here. Omnic fights back, but Lancer still holds a 9-4 lead, showing the same confidence he had in those games against Zeth. Lancer is just cruising now, pushing ahead to 10-4. A tough spot for him, especially after that flawless 13-7 win against Zeth. Lancer is putting together a really strong run here, almost completely shutting out any attempt at a comeback. Lancer's positioning is just a hair sharper than his opponent's. Lancer keeps the pressure high, putting himself just one round away from the victory. Everything about this series screams favorite. Absolutely effortless finish to close out the map and seal the victory. He's just continuing to dominate this rivalry, looking completely untouchable today. Zeth has completely dominated their head-to-head history, holding a massive overall lead of 105-69. The real story here is that Lancer has been the one coming out on top in their most recent meetings. It will be interesting to see if the momentum stays with the aggressor today. Zeth holds a slim lead as we head back. He's showing the form from his strong start to the day. Lancer has completely flipped the script here, putting the pressure back on Zeth after a quick start. Lancer looks just as comfortable as he did in their last two clashes. Zeth is clinging to a thin 3-2 lead. He has a tough hill to climb after those recent losses. Total deadlock now with Zeth and Lancer tied 3-3. He's looking very sharp after that dominant performance against Omnic earlier today. What a fight! Lancer barely scrapes through that exchange to take the lead. Lancer is really carrying that confidence from his recent sweep of Omnic. We are all squared up at 4 apiece. The ladder gap is tiny between these two, as we can see. Zeth strikes back to pull ahead by 1. His early struggles today are starting to fade. Zeth secures another round from the boost, keeping his momentum high with the third straight victory. He's really digging in against the higher rated player here. Lancer answers back quickly, keeping things tight as we approach the mid-match break. Just a quick exchange to keep the gap tight. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, Zeth is fighting way above his ranking right now. Lancer should be leading here given his map win rate, but it's anybody's game. Fresh start for both players now. Lancer grabs the edge, pushing ahead 7-6. Zeth is really fighting an uphill battle tonight. Lancer is currently on a 3-match winning streak in his recent history. It's becoming very apparent that he's the one in control of the pace right now. Zeth really needs to find a way to break this momentum. Zeth picks up a quick win and manages to take Lancer off the boost. Zeth is really fighting to shake off that rough run from earlier today. Absolute chaos here as Zeth and Lancer hit 8 all. The ladder gap here is basically non-existent. He's just on another level right now, taking total control of the series. He's fighting for a quick redemption after those tough losses yesterday. He's just completely taken over the map, making it 4 straight. Zeth is definitely finding his stride after those rough results yesterday. Lancer secures the kill from the boost to keep the score close. Just a reminder that he's been the stronger force lately. Unbelievable, Zeth manages to lock it up at 10 apiece. Lancer is putting on a clinic after his dominant showing against Omnic. Lancer has had the upper hand in their most recent sets, but Zeth is proving he can outduel him in a high-pressure series. That's a perfect read and a clean finish to put him on the verge of victory. The favorite is finally finding a way to close this out. What a finale! Zeth closes the door with a perfect shot to secure the series win. Lancer really put up a fight, but he just couldn't stop that late surge. Zeth finally gets his revenge after those 2 tough losses yesterday. What a fight! Zeeth gets a strong start, using the height of the ramp to secure that first round. Zeth has a clear historical edge with a 53% head-to-head win rate over Omnic. It's interesting because he's actually bouncing back after losing their most recent encounter. This opening burst of momentum could be the catalyst he needs to pull ahead for good. A real battle for control there, with both of them fighting for that ramp territory. Zeth is looking sharp today after that recent victory against Lancer. Zeth is absolutely dominating, holding a commanding 4-1 lead. He's playing like a man who knows he has the rank advantage here. A high-stakes duel on the ramp ends with a clean shot for Omnic, showing a lot of heart to keep this game close. He's refusing to let the gap widen any further. Zeth is just relentlessly cruising with a 5-2 lead. He's showing why he holds that rating advantage on the ladder. Zeth has managed 22 wins so far today. It's clear he's bringing a lot of confidence into this particular server. If he can keep this level of focus, he'll be looking to close this out quickly. Zeth's just running away with this, now up 6-3. He's certainly playing with a chip on his shoulder after those previous wins. Omnic puts on a show from the ramp to bring the score to 6-4. The pressure is shifting back onto the favorite now. Zeth keeps the pressure up by taking control of that ramp once again. Omnic has a decent head-to-head record recently, but he's not finding that same magic here. Zeth heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. He's playing exactly how you'd expect a higher rated player to perform. Omnic needs to tighten things up if he wants to claw back into this. Omnic just dragged Zeth right off that ramp, proving he can't be shaken today. It's a tough spot for the higher ranked player to be in. He pushes through the defense and knocks Zeth right off that ramp to keep the momentum swinging. The momentum shift is real, regardless of who entered as the favorite. The charge continues. He's putting an incredible amount of pressure on his opponent right now. A complete collapse in composure from Zeth right now. Zeth answers back immediately to reclaim a 2-round advantage. It's a complete contrast to their last encounter. He's just not fading away, keeping this contest incredibly tight. Both players are just trading blows now. Omnic shuts things down and clears Zeth off the ramp to bring this series all the way back to a dead heat. Everything just reset and the slate is clean once more. Zeth really puts an end to that quick streak with a sharp win right there on the ramp. A huge mental recovery after that crushing 7-13 loss in their last match. Omnic refuses to quit, finally denying him on that ramp to bring the score dead even. The pressure is mounting for the man who entered as the favorite. Omnic secures another victory from the ramp, continuing his impressive surge back into the match. The gap is nearly closed now for the underdog. The tension is off the charts now that we've reached a dead stalemate. Neither one can pull away from the other today. What a response! He shuts down that run and puts himself just one step away from victory. His composure is starting to mirror that of a top-seeded player. Unbelievable. Omnic claws his way back yet again, forcing this battle into overtime. Neither player is giving an inch in this series. Zeth reacts quickly and shuts him down while Omnic is still positioned on the ramp. The gap in their career records is starting to show. Zeth is really putting on the pressure now, moving just a step away from closing this match out. Absolute precision there, securing another victory to keep this charge going. A gritty hold for Omnic, who manages to outlast Zeth despite the height advantage. He's certainly fighting to prove those pre-match projections wrong. What a finish! Zeth closes it out with a perfect strike from the ramp to seal the series. He really had to dig deep for that one, especially after how close this went in overtime. What a battle! Lancer holds a decent 104 to 95 head-to-head lead overall. He's historically had the upper hand in this rivalry, but he's certainly not looking as composed as he did in their last meeting. What a scrap! Lancer barely survives that exchange and evicts Omnic from the wine. The higher-rated player is quickly shaking off that loss to Zeth. Omnic is trailing, but he's still very much in this. He's looking for another blowout like that 13-4 victory today. He's completely taking over here, picking up another one without taking any damage. The streak stays alive. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now. He's definitely a step above based on the ladder rankings. Lancer isn't slowing down, securing another effortless victory to push his lead further. Omnic manages to claw one back, refusing to let the gap widen further. It's a strong response from the man sitting lower on the ladder. Lancer has been looking extremely sharp today with 23-16 in his last few games. That recent momentum seems to be translating perfectly to this specific server. He's really asserting himself early in this set. Lancer is cruising along with a comfortable 7-3 lead. It is just a repeat of the dominance we saw earlier today. These last few rounds have been incredibly fast. We're seeing some extremely quick exchanges on both sides. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going according to script so far. He used a strong 5-round burst to put himself in a great spot for the second half. Let's see if Omnic finds some rhythm. Lancer is now firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. The favorite is showing exactly why he's ranked higher. Lancer just pushes further ahead to a 9-5 lead. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. Absolutely spotless. He's completely shut the door on any comeback attempt right now. He's just not letting up, taking his 4th straight victory to go up 11-5. A tough run for the rank 35 player today. Another quick one for the favorite, putting him just a single round away from the victory. What a way to close it out. Lancer finishes the set with an absolute whirlwind performance. Omnic really struggled to find any answers for that speed, and it's just a clean sweep of their history today. Zeth has a massive historical edge with 106 wins over Lancer in the rivalry. It's interesting because he's actually the one struggling to find his footing early on. We have to see if he can translate that head-to-head confidence into a comeback. Lancer is really starting to run away with this. He's playing quite well after that victory against Omnic earlier. Zeth is really starting to lean into this momentum and has completely flipped the script on the early lead. Zeth is just untouchable right now, closing out another round without taking any damage. Lancer usually looks stronger coming into these matchups. He's just on fire right now, which is an incredible turnaround in a very short span. The gap in their current ladder placement is practically non-existent. Lancer puts a stop to that run and tightens the gap. This matchup usually gives him the advantage. Zeth has a decent run today, putting up a 22-17 record in his matches. It's a strong showing that mirrors the confidence he had in their most recent encounter. He's clearly trying to assert himself as the dominant force in this pair. We're completely deadlocked at 5 apiece now. This is a really tight battle between these two on the ladder. Zeth is really putting the pressure on now as we approach the half. The map percentage actually leans toward the other guy. We're sitting at 6-6 at the half. Well, Lancer should have been in the driver's seat here, but Zeth is refusing to let that happen. He's proving that the odds were wrong to doubt him in this one. Fresh start for both of them. Lancer edges ahead by 1 as we open the second. He's definitely leaning on the 24-16 output from today. Lancer just secures another high point on the ramp, really putting Zeth on the defensive here. This is exactly how you'd expect it to go for the favorite. Lancer claws back a narrow lead at 8-7. Their proximity in the ladder rankings makes these swaps so common. Lancer maintains a 2-point cushion as we hit round 16. That was an incredibly crisp trade for the round. Both of these players are reacting incredibly fast, with almost every round ending in under a second. Lancer uses that elevation on the ramp to keep his lead, and things are starting to look a bit grim for Zeth here. His overall win rate is just slightly better on this territory. Zeth has to answer back quickly, or he's going to find himself in a very deep hole. Zeth outduels him from the ramp, refusing to let the deficit discourage him. He knows he can trade blows with the higher seed. Lancer is just 1 round away from closing this out after a completely clean finish. He's definitely capitalizing on the confidence he's built throughout this series. Zeth refuses to go down without a fight, denying the match point with an aggressive win from the ramp. This is the kind of poise we've seen throughout the season. What a finish! He catches Zeth right off the toolbox to close out the series. Zeth just couldn't find a way to put a lock on this one. Even with that crazy push he had going earlier, he really fought for every inch of that map. Hard fought win. Zeth enters this one with a significant lead in their head-to-head history, which is why he's heavily expected to pull ahead. But he's coming off a loss to Lancer and looks a bit shaky. He'll need to settle down if he wants to maintain that edge. A total shutdown, and he's just not letting up. A surprising start for Omnic, especially given how he struggled today. He's absolutely outclassing his opponent right now with another lightning-fast win. He is simply too fast. That's 5 straight for the challenger. He's really turning the tables after that 16-13 defeat earlier. Zeth secures a clean trade from the box to get himself back on the board. Omnic is currently punching well above his weight class. I mean, he's sitting significantly lower on our rating ladder than Zeth. Seeing him lead this series so convincingly is a real surprise given the gap in their overall skill rankings. A huge shift in momentum as the challenger keeps this streak rolling. Unreal. Zeth clings on with practically nothing left to secure that victory from the box. Omnic is just dominating, holding a comfortable 5-round lead. Omnic takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, it's a shock to see Zeth struggling this hard. He's clearly the more experienced player in this matchup, but he just can't find any answers right now. Time for Zeth to wake up. Omnic is just ruthless, pushing his lead to 10-3. He's putting that rating difference to shame right now. Zeth is really struggling to close this 10-4 gap. A rough run of form for Omnic recently, but he's still in control. Zeth is starting to claw his way back into this game, putting a real dent in that early lead. This is looking more like their usual lifelong head-to-head match. What a scramble! Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange to take the man off the box. That's a razor-thin margin to hold on to the lead. He shuts that door quickly, denying him from the box to reach match point. That's the momentum swing we needed to see. Zeth answers back with a complete shutout to keep his hopes alive. He's fighting for every single round to stay relevant here. Zeth is not going down quietly, quickly picking his opponent off the box. He is simply on fire right now, keeping the pressure high as he earns another victory. A complete reversal from how he looked at the start of the set. Zeth is absolutely owning the pace now, picking up a 4th straight round to keep his hopes alive. A total lockdown by Zeth, who just won his 5th straight to keep this fight alive. Omnic shuts it all down with a perfect final encounter to secure the victory. Zeth put up a massive fight to stay in the game, but it just wasn't enough to seal the deal. He'll be gutted to let this one go. Hard-fought win. Lancer holds the historical advantage here, winning a 52% majority of their matches, and is coming in with a strong 23-16 record over the last day. It'll be interesting to see if he can lean on that experience to flip the script after this opening loss. Lancer's now firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's really making his high rating felt right now. Lancer is absolutely on fire, crossing the line with a lightning fast skill to keep the streak alive. Omnic answers back immediately with a sharp response to keep things close. Lancer extends his lead to a commanding 4-2. Lancer's superiority in the overall head-to-head is clearly playing a role here. Omnic claws back, bringing it to a tight 4-3. He's trying to erase the memory of that blowout loss on Italy. Omnic is putting on a real clinic here, quickly leveling the score and taking total control of the match. He's proven the lower rating doesn't matter in a set of sets. He's simply unstoppable right now, pushing his lead to 5-4 with a huge shift in momentum. A complete reversal from that landslide he handed out on Italy. A hard-fought exchange that brings this series back to a dead heat. He's fighting to maintain that overall head-to-head advantage. What a chaotic fight! Lancer barely makes it through that war of attrition to take the lead. He's currently maintaining a healthy cushion on the ladder. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 heading into the break, and honestly, this is right where I expected a close series to land. Omnic is playing a great game, though Lancer's map experience should give him the edge in the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer edges ahead, seizing a narrow one-round lead. Omnic is really fighting through a tough run today. Lancer has managed to carve out a lead in this particular rivalry. It's definitely reflecting the gap between them on our rating. If he keeps this pace, we could be looking at another fairly comfortable result for the higher seeded player. He's completely taken over this side of the map, building a huge gap with 3 straight wins. It's starting to look like a repeat of their last encounter. He's just in another league right now, extending this tier to 4 straight rounds. Omnic is really struggling to find an answer to his opponent's pressure. Omnic finally manages to break that momentum with a clean look. A huge contrast to that dominant performance he put up on Italy. What a scramble! He claws back, yet another one after an absolute slugfest of a round. Pure desperation on his face after that narrow escape. That was basically a blink. Lancer is moving through these exchanges with incredible speed right now. That took a bit longer to resolve, but he walked away from the exchange completely unscathed. The gap in skill levels really hasn't mattered tonight. Lancer earns the advantage, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Everything about this series is mirroring their previous matchup. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, landing a perfect shot to keep his hopes alive. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that ward, digging deep to keep the match alive. The pressure is really mounting for the higher seeded player. Absolutely sensational. Omnic forces a deadlock, taking his third straight round to send this whole thing into overtime. Lancer's higher standing isn't helping him close this out. Lancer puts a stop to the momentum and secures a lead in this overtime battle. Absolute composure shown there to reclaim a narrow lead. Omnic is just refusing to break. He secures a flawless kill to lock this series at 13-13. The tension is reaching a boiling point. It's just one more exchange to decide everything. He's certainly showing why he holds the lead in their overall history. Lancer outlasts him in a tense standoff, putting himself just one step away from a victory. Lancer is looking completely locked in after that exchange. Omnic digs in deep to survive that exchange, showing incredible heart to push this one further. Absolute perfection from Lancer to secure the victory and close out this incredible series. Omnic really pushed him to the limit in that overtime set, but he just couldn't close the gap. He really had to fight for that one. What a fight. Zeth has a significant historical advantage, winning 60% of their lifetime matches together. It's a high number, but we know Lancer usually holds the edge in the short term. We'll see if that long-term dominance starts to weigh in here. Lancer is making his presence felt early, capitalizing on that high ground on the ramp to keep things even. Coming in as the underdog for this one, and he's already responding. Incredible, he barely clings to life after a brutal trade from the ramp. A tough start for the favorite after that loss to Lancer earlier today. Lancer is simply too fast right now, shutting the door on any hope of a recovery. Lancer is completely untouchable, putting an end to any early hope for a comeback. A huge response here as Zeth claims the opening from the Tetris to trim the lead. He looks far more comfortable now that he's finally on the board. Lancer takes a clean trade from the ramp and now has a comfortable cushion heading into the next one. Lancer is effectively maintaining that slim advantage he's held on the ladder. Lancer has an edge here with an almost 50% win rate on this map. It is giving him a lot of confidence since he already took the previous match today. So yeah, we're seeing him really translate that familiarity into a strong lead. Zeth picks him off the ramp to secure another round. He's definitely trying to erase that 10-13 loss from earlier today. Zeth is really starting to close the gap, putting the pressure back on Lancer after that duel on the ramp. His early lead is starting to look fragile. Lancer holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. Well, everything is going exactly as predicted so far. He took a strong 4-round run to build a solid gap before the switch. Time for Zeth to wake up. Zeth is showing some real tenacity here, refusing to let Lancer just coast to a victory. He's currently sitting at 21 wins for the day. He's showing a lot of heart, winning another quick exchange on the ramp to slice into the deficit. Lancer is definitely feeling the weight of the moment now. Lancer shuts that down immediately, picking him off the ramp to hold that momentum. A tight battle between two players ranked so closely together. Lancer is really taking over here, firmly establishing control from that ramp position. Lancer is putting his high ground dominance on full display. Lancer just crushed those hopes of a comeback by picking Zeth off the ramp. He's definitely capitalizing on the higher seeding in this clash. What an absolute scrap! Zeth scrapes through by the skin of his teeth with just 7 health left. Unreal, the composure to stay calm while staring down a 4-round deficit. Zeth looks dangerous right now, completely owning the ramp to keep this momentum swinging his way. That's a solid run for someone who just came off 2 losses. Absolute perfection from Zeth, who just wiped the floor with his opponent to keep this heater going. Lancer answers back with a clean shot, putting himself just 1 round away from the finish. A huge performance to match his top tier standing in the league. Zeth stays aggressive from the ramp, stubbornly fighting to extend this series. The slight favorite is definitely making his move now. Zeth is showing incredible grit here, shutting him down from the ramp to stay alive. Lancer is really starting to feel the heat under pressure. Lancer closes it out with a huge final shot from the ramp to seal the victory. Zeth pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. He's going to be devastated after putting in all that work he had to work for that. Zeth historically owns this matchup with a 53% win rate. It's a bit surprising to see the underdog in control early on, especially since he's also coming off a tough stretch in his recent series. He'll need to shake that off quickly to avoid a snowball. Zeth holds a slim lead, just one round ahead. A nice turnaround after that loss in their previous encounter. He manages to claw out a victory in a frantic exchange to secure another round. Omnic puts on a fast display to keep this tight. He definitely felt the pressure after that loss earlier today. Zeth is really starting to pull away now. A nice buffer after those recent losses to Lancer. Zeth is clinging to his narrow one-round advantage. That second matchup in a row between them is looking tight. Zeth has spent a lot of time in the red lately, losing 3 matches in a row before this series. He's clearly fighting to break that downward trend. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this rhythm and finally get some positive momentum back. A deadlock at 5 apiece. We're headed for overtime. Omnic is proving that his recent victory against him was no fluke. He's completely in control now, taking a commanding grip on the match as we approach the break. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, this is exactly the kind of toss-up we expected to see. Neither player is giving an inch, and it'll come down to who stays steadier after the switch. Fresh start for both. Omnic just grabs the lead, putting Zeth on the back foot. A solid response after his rough bout with Lancer earlier. Omnic is extending his lead to an 8-6 cushion. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Zeth is refusing to let Omnic pull away here. It's essentially a coin toss at this point. Omnic keeps the momentum, pushing his lead to 9-7. The lower ranked player is putting on a show today. Omnic is staring down a double-digit lead at 10-7. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from their previous meeting. The tide has completely shifted as he continues to tear through this series. The rating gap isn't showing up at all right now. Zeth secures a tight exchange to keep himself in the hunt. A nice bit of breathing room for the higher rated player. A lightning fast reaction secures that round, putting Omnic just one step away from victory. What a finish! Omnic fights through the damage to secure the match. He just couldn't find any answers for those blindingly fast reflex shots today. Omnic really played his way to a dominant finish. Lancer has clearly owned the head-to-head a lot more than not, but he's actually coming off a long run of success lately that hasn't quite translated to this specific start. It'll be interesting to see if he can find his footing early on. Omnic is just dominating, pushing a 2-0 lead. The higher rated player is feeling the pressure early. Omnic holds the momentum with a 2-1 edge. Lancer's overall history against this opponent is definitely working in his favor. The early momentum has completely shifted and we're back to a dead heat. He's riding a 4-game wave across his last few outings. Omnic is just too quick for him, catching Lancer wide open on the ramp. Lancer's overall 53% success rate against him hasn't shown up yet. Omnic is just relentless, extending his lead to 4-2. He's really trying to reverse the result from their last encounter. Omnic is just on fire right now, securing another clean victory to move ahead. He's certainly not playing like the lower rated man today. Just an effortless victory, putting the total control in Omnic's hands right now. He's really putting that lower rank to shame today. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving to a commanding 7-round lead. A stark contrast to the high efficiency we saw in his last 10 games. What a scramble! Omnic barely scrapes through that fight with just 14 health remaining. That was an absolute nail-biter of a finish. Absolutely suffocating as he keeps the pressure high and maintains total control over the server. It's 10-2 in favor of Omnic. Well, the script has been flipped. Lancer entered as the favorite, but he is completely scrambled after that 8-round run from the underdog. Lancer needs to find his gear now. Lancer has been in a phenomenal stretch recently, winning 70% of his last 10 matchups. So yeah, he's got a lot of confidence coming into this. Now the only question is whether he can actually turn this around before the game slips away completely. Goodness, what a chaotic brawl! Omnic barely walks away from that fight to put himself one step away from victory. He's just refusing to let that slip. A huge reflex play there, getting around back to keep his hopes alive. Needed that one to keep this from becoming a complete landslide. He's found another one, keeping the hope alive for a while longer. Lancer is finally putting some pressure back on him. Lancer is starting to put the pieces together. And there it is. Omnic shuts the door with a perfect final shot to claim the series. He just looked like he belonged on a completely different level today, truly dismantling his opponent in this series. Both players were fighting for high ground there, and Zeth just came out on top. Zeth really has the historical advantage with 106 total wins in their head-to-head matchups. It's a massive contrast to the current scoreboard since Lancer was the one who took their most recent game. We'll see if this early lead is a fluke or a trend. A fast exchange between the boxes and Lancer manages to claw one back. He definitely looks more comfortable now that the pressure's eased up. What a gritty firefight. He's showing some real heart as he closes the gap to just one round. It's getting tighter as the underdog pushes back. He's simply unstoppable right now, erasing that early deficit to tie the set. It's a huge shift from the expectations heading into this set. A complete shutdown there. He's completely taken over this map. Zeth's early advantage is completely gone now. Simply outclassed. Lancer is on a tear right now, putting up a 5th consecutive round win. Absolutely crushing. He's just outclassing Zeth at this point to push his lead to 6-3. Finally, the momentum swings back to Zeth, who refuses to let this game slide away. The favorite is finally starting to show some teeth. He's completely in control from the box, continuing a strong push back into this game. A very fast response to bring this set within one. We're all square at 6-6 right. The underdog Zeth is holding his own despite the lower rank. This is a total deadlock and both guys look ready for the second half. Clean slate for the final push. Zeth is digging deep here, regaining the lead in a very intense exchange. The favorites are really finding a way to secure the map lead. Lancer is showing a lot of grit, bringing things level at 7-7 with a perfectly clean shot. He's completely erasing Zeth's momentum with a flawless burst, firmly taking control of the server. Lancer is proving he can handle the pressure of the deeper rounds. He is simply outplaying his opponent right now, extending the surge to 3 straight. The pre-match expectations are really starting to fade. A superb read to keep the pressure on, showing some incredible resolve to stay in the fight. Lancer wins this one from the box, continuing his steady climb back into the game. He's really capitalizing on his current form. Lancer shuts him down off the box, proving he can weather the storm. The momentum is shifting fast despite the initial odds. Another dominant sequence from the underdog, and he's now just a single round from victory. Goodness, what a finish! Lancer claws through that brutal exchange to survive by a hair and secure the victory. He really fought through the wall to make this happen, especially considering how often Zeth's had his number in the past. What a fight! Zeth has a historical lead over the total rounds won in their head-to-head matchups. I mean, that lifetime edge usually provides some confidence, but Omnic actually took the last encounter between these two, so he's the one looking to prove his current form is superior. Zeth's firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. The lower seed is definitely starting to fight back. The speed of these encounters is just incredible. Neither player is letting the other even breathe. He's shaking off those recent losses quite nicely. Zeth holds a slim 3-2 lead as we reset. A decent shift in momentum for the lower ranked player. Zeth is just dominating, pushing his lead to 4-2. He's definitely fighting through a rough stretch of games today. Zeth's recent form looked shaky after he dropped his last 3 matches. It's clear he's shaking off that slump and putting on a much better showing today. We have to see if he can turn this early advantage into a sweep. Omnic shows some grit here, managing to secure the trade and close the gap to 3-5. The response time there was almost instantaneous. He's continuing the climb, securing another quick one to keep the pressure high. A lightning-fast sequence to close that gap. Zeth pulls ahead again, now leading 6-4. His rank on the ladder reflects a bit more experience here. He's staying aggressive, securing a perfectly clean round before the player switch ends. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. Honestly, this is exactly how I expected things to go. Both players are trading blows, and it's anyone's game heading into the second half. Fresh start for both of them. Zeth edges ahead again, taking a 1-round lead. He's definitely looking for a redemption game after that loss on Italy. Zeth is extending his grip now, sitting at 8-6. His superior all-time win rate is starting to manifest here. A perfect shot from Omnic to keep this contest close. The confidence is returning to the underdog. He's completely erased the deficit, bringing things level at 8-8. It's an absolute deadlock now. He's making a strong case for an upset here. Zeth sneaks back into the lead, 9-8. He's definitely fighting through a tough patch of results today. He just won't quit. That's a clean response to tie this game up. A super quick exchange to get things level. Zeth claws back a tiny advantage, leading 10-9 now. That higher ladder standing is starting to matter here. Zeth is really starting to pull away here, putting himself in a great position to close this out. Absolutely effortless. He's now just a single round away from wrapping this entire series up. Exactly the performance the top seed was expected to put up. Unbelievable. Omnic barely scrapes through that war of attrition to stay alive in this series. He just refused to let this series end on a total blowout. Another huge win for Omnic, proving he is far from finished in this fight. The pressure is really starting to mount on the favorite side. Absolute perfection from Omnic to force this match into overtime. This is turning into a complete toss-up. Complete chaos now as we head into the extra frames. Absolute momentum shift as he secures another victory, completely seizing control of these overtime frames. Zeth is really feeling the heat now. A grueling duel that sees Omnic completely overtake the series with an incredible 5-round run. Zeth just can't seem to find an answer for this right now. Another swift victory for Omnic, putting him just one touch away from closing the show. That was basically a blink and you miss it victory. What a finish! He's completely seized the series, storming back from the deficit to take it all. Just a complete reversal of fortunes in that OT push. Zeth really fought through the fatigue, but he couldn't stop that bleeding. What a series! Lancer holds a clear overall lead in their head-to-head history. Well, it's a bit awkward for him right now, since Omnic actually dominated their most recent encounter. I'm curious to see if Lancer can rely on that long-term track record to pivot the momentum back in his direction. Lancer is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly making up for that tough loss on Mappas. These two are completely locked in. It's a dead heat right now with neither one willing to budge. The higher ranked man is feeling the pressure now. Omnic really played it smart, using that ramp to secure another round win. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in. What a shift in energy! Omnic has completely taken over this stretch. Lancer has definitely been the more consistent force in the long run. Lancer answers back immediately, bringing the game to a close tie at 4 for Omnic. He's definitely looking stronger than he did during that last set. A real battle for the high ground there, and Lancer comes out on top. He's looking a lot more comfortable than that blowout on Mappas. He just won't let up, picking Omnic right off that window to take command again. Lancer seems a lot more poised than he was in the previous series. Omnic cleans him off the ramp, bringing things back to a dead even split. It's a complete stalemate after a frantic first 10. Goodness, he nearly went down. That was a brutal trade of fire that left him clinging on for dear life. He's definitely leaning on that overall win rate advantage. Lancer goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. It's mostly going as expected here. Lancer is playing his role as the favorite, even if those mirrored win streaks kept the score close. New perspectives? Fresh start? Lancer has been clinical today, putting up a strong 24-15 record over the last day. It's clearly paying off with the way he's dominating this specific stretch of the match. Now the real pressure is on Omnic to find a way to break this run. Lancer's firmly in the driver's seat, up 9-6. Coming off a strong victory against Zeth earlier, he's looking to stay sharp. Lancer is just too quick for him today, putting Omnic down right there on the ramp. Omnic is having a tough time keeping pace with his opponent. Lancer is really putting on the pressure now, taking Omnic down from the ramp to keep this lead growing. His historical edge over the long haul is really starting to show. And another rapid-fire sequence. Lancer is just one step away from victory. He is simply playing the part of the superior seed. A clean look for Omnic, who puts a stop to the charge just as Lancer looked poised to close this out. A desperate attempt to claw back into this contest. Boom! He picks him right off that window to secure the victory. Omnic put up a good fight, but he just couldn't keep the pace against that kind of accuracy today. Lancer enters this set with an 80% win rate in his last 10 matches, and honestly, it looks like that confidence is translating into a real advantage right now. He's definitely looking to extend this run and put a lot of pressure on Zeth. Zeth has the edge now, holding a 2-1 lead. Zeth definitely has a lot of history with his opponent. Absolutely untouchable right now as he secures his 3rd straight victory. Lancer puts a stop to that run and claws back around. It's a tough spot for Zeth, who's coming off a few losses today. What a scrap! That was an absolute war of attrition, but Lancer manages to scrape through and level the score. Zeth strikes back, reclaiming the lead at 4-3. Zeth holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with a 60% win rate. And it feels like he's really starting to lean into that psychological edge tonight. He's clearly ignoring his recent struggles and playing the match on his own terms. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving his lead up to 7. Lancer is really struggling to put a stop to this momentum. Lancer picks up a round from the wine to close out the first half. A solid way to get some breathing room before the break. Zeth takes the half 7-5. Well, it's a complete reversal of expectations. Despite the bad recent form, he's pushing the lead and looks far more comfortable than Lancer right now. Lancer needs a strong start here. That was an effortless finish as he continues to chip away at this deficit. The pressure is shifting back toward the favorite. Zeth stays firmly in control with an 8-6 lead. Zeth extends his lead to 9-6 with total authority. The higher rated competitor is really struggling to keep pace. Another fast one for Zeth, who's just completely owning the tempo right now. A completely different story than the 13-8 result they had recently. Lancer responds quickly with a precise shot to bring the score to 10-7. The gaps between these rounds are getting smaller and smaller. It's basically a coin flip who reacts first now. Zeth secures the point and moves to 12 after a sharp exchange from the wine. He is playing like the favorite we expected to see. What a finish! Zeth closes out the series with a perfectly timed shot to secure the win. He really put a stop to those struggles today, proving that he just knows how to get the better of Lancer. Zeth currently holds a significant lead in their all-time head-to-head record. But the momentum is tricky since Omnic actually took their last meeting quite convincingly. It will be interesting to see if Zeth can keep this early lead consistent. Goodness, what a fight! Zeth barely walked away from that one, clinging to a narrow lead. A couple of ranks separate them on the ladder. Zeth is really putting the pressure on at 3-1. He's really bouncing back after that tough loss on Blame Orange. He's completely taken over the map, racking up 3 straight rounds to firmly establish control. Looking at the ladder, he is still holding the edge in ranking. He is simply unstoppable right now, moving to a huge 5-round advantage. He's really making the most of his high ground status on the ladder. That's 5 straight for the leader, who is just completely outclassing his opponent right now. Omnic finally finds a way through, putting an end to that run. He's fighting a tough battle given the historical lead his opponent holds. Zeth is currently having a tough day with a 19-21 record over the last 24 hours. So yeah, he's definitely leaning on his individual skill right now to secure this lead. It will be interesting to see if he can actually close this out. Unbelievable! He barely walks away from that bloodbath, barely clinging to life as the first half winds down. What a frantic trade to close the half. Zeth heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Honestly, he has just completely steamrolled through this opening section. We expected a close series, but Zeth is playing way above his usual 42% map win rate today. Time for a fresh start. Omnic responds quickly to bring things to 9-4. That was a quick flash of brilliance to get the round. That was an incredibly sharp end to the exchange. Zeth pushes his lead even further to a dominant 10-4. Expectations are definitely being met so far. It's becoming a back-and-forth trade as we settle into the final stretch of the map. He's trying to prove he belongs in the upper half of the ladder. Omnic is clawing back, but Zeth still sits at 10-6. It's a dangerous spot for the frontrunner to be in. That was an incredibly fast reaction, putting the pressure right back on Omnic. He's really putting those recent struggles against Lancer behind him. A patient encounter that finishes firmly in favor of Zeth, putting him one step away from victory. He's really capitalizing on the gap in their individual ratings. What a finisher! Zeth closes it out with a perfect shot to take the victory. Zeth definitely got his revenge after that defeat on Orange, looking completely in control of the map from start to finish. Lancer comes into this one with a strong head-to-head advantage, having won 107 of their meetings. He's already used that mental edge to secure the first round. Now the pressure is on Omnic to prove he can close the gap in this particular set. What a wild scrap! He barely escapes that firefight to make it a clean sweep so far. He's really making his rank advantage felt early on. Unreal, he barely clings to life in that brutal exchange to keep the perfect start. Lancer really seems to have his number in these matchups. Omnic finally gets on the board, picking his opponent up from the box. Lancer handles that quickly, clearing him off the box before Omnic could even react. Lancer is really putting that rating gap to work here. Lancer has really played his part in the favorites role today, coming into this with a strong 24-15 record over the last day. So yeah, the confidence from those recent wins is clearly translating into these rapid rounds. Omnic needs to find a way to break this momentum before he's completely buried. He's just too fast for him right now, picking up another effortless win. That's a tough spot for someone who's fallen to 5-6 over the last day. Omnic manages to pull one back here to stay in the fight. He's putting up a fight even with that rating disadvantage. Lancer is just dominating, cruising to an 8-3 lead. Surprisingly, he's managed to find a way through the defense. Lancer heads into the break with a big 9-3 lead. I mean, he's basically skating through the first half. He's in complete control here, and the result is exactly what we expected going into today. Omnic needs to shake things up. Lancer keeps the pace, now staring down a 10-3 lead. He's really capitalizing on that rating difference as we head into the final stretch. Lancer stays lethal, extending his lead to 10-4. He's fighting to overcome that rating gap on the ladder. Lancer is just far too quick for him, shutting down any hope of a comeback with that lightning-fast reaction. Lancer shuts down the comeback attempt, putting himself just a single point away from victory. Total control for the favorite throughout this set. Absolute chaos. Omnic somehow claws back his life and manages to knock Lancer off the box with practically nothing left. That was a desperate play, but it paid off. Game over, he secures the victory with a perfect final shot to wrap things up. He just looked way too comfortable out there on the sands. Omnic fought hard, but it wasn't enough today. Zeth owns a strong 172 lead in their head-to-head record, but Lancer is coming in with a lot more confidence after winning 70% of his recent games. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can actually use that history to turn this around. Unreal, Zeth somehow claws back from the edge of death to take this one. Absolute heart stopper of a finish there. Expected the favorite to start putting up a fight. Lancer forces a tie, and now we're dead even. He's definitely looking strong after that 13-6 victory over Omnic earlier. He just won't stop. Zeth has completely flipped the script, taking 3 straight. Zeth is showing exactly why he has that edge on this particular map. Lancer answers back immediately to level the score. The rankings put him slightly higher, and it's starting to show. Lancer pulls ahead by 1 in a tight scrap. Lancer is really taking advantage of that hot streak he's on lately. We're all squared up at 4 apiece now. Lancer's been solid today, putting up a 25 and 15 record so far. Both of these guys are just staring each other down. Neither one wants to let the other pull away. What a scramble! He manages to outlast Zeth by a tiny margin after dragging him off the ramp. Lancer holds a slim lead as we enter round 11. That was a lightning-fast way to secure the round. We're sitting at 6-6 going into the break. Well, Zeth is proving he can hold his own despite the rankings. He's leaning on a superior head-to-head history to keep this series completely open. A clean slate for both. Zeth seizes a single round advantage heading into 13. It's a completely different story than the one we saw on Italy P. Zeth has now put together 4 wins in a row, which is quite a climb from his recent 40% win rate over the last 10 games. He is really starting to capitalize on his auras as soon as he gets a few rounds in a row. Lancer needs to find a way to slow this momentum down quickly. Zeth is pulling away now with a 2-round cushion. The higher rated player is feeling the pressure here. Lancer is really struggling to find an answer for Zeth's current pace. That was a lightning fast trade to close it out. Lancer refuses to go away, showing some real grit to shut that one down without taking a single hit. That was an incredibly clean play to keep things competitive. He is refusing to fold, keeping this duel wide open with another quick outplay. Siding with the favorite has been risky so far today. Zeth is putting on some serious pressure now, barely letting Lancer breathe as we approach the finish line. Zeth is on a roll and now stands just 1 round away from victory. That is a devastating blow for Lancer at this stage. Lancer isn't ready to fold, ending that run with an incredibly fast exchange. He's really fighting to keep the dream alive here. Boom, Zeth closes it out with a perfect finish to take the series. He really managed to hold the line when it mattered most. That's another nail in the coffin for Lancer today. He had to fight for that one. Omnic makes a strong opening move, shutting Zeth down right as he pushed up the ramp. Omnic is looking sharp today, taking an unexpected early lead despite the history between these two. He's just too fast picking Zeth off from the ramp to make it a 3-round sweep. He's flipping the script after that 13-6 loss in their last meeting. He's simply on another level right now, totally shutting out his opponent for the 4th time. Zeth finally answers back, putting an end to the run. He definitely knows how to handle the pressure against this opponent. Omnic is currently fighting against a tough history, trailing Zeth in more than 50% of their career matchups. It's clear he's ignoring those numbers today by simply refusing to let Zeth build any real momentum. I wonder if he can sustain this pressure for the full set. Omnic keeps his foot on the gas, up 6-2. Tough break for the lower rated man to be struggling this much. Zeth needs to find a way to slow this down, or we're looking at a total blowout here. It's a complete reversal from the 34th seed's recent struggles today. Omnic is just cruising along with a huge 7-3 cushion. The higher ranked man is slowly trying to find some footing. Omnic still holds a commanding 3-round lead. Zeth has been in great form lately, coming off a strong run today. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. The lower seeded player is really holding his own right now. He's showing a lot of grit and effectively neutralizing Zeth's historical map advantage. Fresh start for both players here. Omnic has historically struggled to close out sets against this opponent. I mean, Zeth is generally the one coming out on top in their overall rivalry. It'll be interesting to see if that psychological edge finally kicks in as the match enters the final stretch. Omnic is still firmly in control at 9-6. Surprisingly efficient performance for someone who struggled so much in the earlier matchups. Omnic is just playing lights out, putting himself in a great spot by holding that ramp again. The momentum has completely shifted from their last encounter. Omnic is sitting pretty with a 10-7 advantage. He's trying to claw back some ground after that shaky 5-7 day. He outduels his opponent from the ramp to keep this resurgence going. He's starting to look much more comfortable in these exchanges. He is simply refusing to let up now, stacking up another victory to keep this rally going. Incredible! He erases that entire lead to bring us level at 10-all. An unbelievable surge to force a dead heat here. Simply unstoppable right now. He secures a 5th straight win to officially take the lead. The seed favorite is finally showing that high-tier firepower. Omnic manages to claw back the advantage, tying things up at 11-11. This is a complete turnaround for the underdog. What a statement! He takes full control of the pace to put himself just 1 round away from victory. That was a lightning quick reset from the veteran. Unbelievable! Zeth storms back from the depths to claim the match victory. He really refused to let that narrow lead slip away. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit here. What a fight! Lancer has the historical edge in this rivalry with 108 head-to-head wins. He's clearly feeling confident after dominating their most recent encounter. It makes sense given the gap in their overall rankings. We'll see if Omnic can find a way to reverse the trend. Lancer holds the lead 2-1, putting the pressure on. He really needs to shake off that tough 4-game skid. Omnic is really starting to shift the momentum here, completely neutralizing the advantage Lancer had from the ramp. Lancer's just crept ahead, leading 3-2. Omnic is really struggling to find some footing today. Omnic is on a roll right now, just absolutely refusing to let Lancer hold that ramp. It's a completely different vibe from their match on Dunes. Lancer claws back to a narrow 4-3 advantage. He's coming into this one after a tough set against Zeth. Omnic is really putting on a clinic here, shutting down Lancer's attempts to hold that high ground. Everything is wide open now. Lancer edges ahead once more, taking a 5-4 lead. Lancer's recent performance today has been much steadier than his opponents. And we're all squared up at 5 apiece. He's fighting hard to avoid another blowout like their last meeting. The speed of these exchanges is getting wild, it's almost impossible to tell who's moving first. We head into the break tied at 6 apiece. The score is exactly where you'd expect for a close contest. Omnic is playing a very disciplined game to stay level with the higher ranked player. Fresh start for both players here. Omnic takes the lead, putting him up 7-6. He's really defying the odds in this series. Lancer hammers back, leaving us deadlocked at 7. Lancer is certainly capitalizing on his higher rating here. Omnic is really putting on a show, holding that window position flawlessly to keep his momentum going. He's certainly making up for that tough loss on Dunes earlier. Unbelievable. We've reached a total stalemate at 8-all. Neither one is letting the other get any breathing room today. Omnic just pulls ahead, now leading 9-8. The gap in their recent form is really starting to close. Omnic has a stark 5-8 record over the last day. He's clearly fighting against a slump, but he's managed to turn the tables here. If he can hold this slim lead, it would be a huge result for his overall confidence. Lancer keeps it tense, but Omnic holds a slim 10-9 lead. Lancer is looking very sharp today, with 24 total wins in the last day. Lancer is starting to pile on the pressure, holding the planks perfectly to take control of this series. Lancer's eyes are glued to the target now. That's a really strong run for Lancer, picking up his third consecutive victory. He's certainly proving that his higher rating means something in this set. Omnic digs deep to shut that down from the ramp, evening the score at 11 apiece. A really gritty way to claw back into a tie. Absolutely huge round for Omnic, holding the ramp to put himself on match point. Just an unbelievable display of nerves and precision. Wow, Omnic closes it out completely, shutting down the server to claim the victory. He completely flips the script on this rivalry after that blowout on Dunes, a massive shift in momentum today. What a fight! What a scrap! Zeth barely scrapes through, finally taking Lancer down from the wine. Zeth historically holds a clear advantage over Lancer with a 60% win rate in their head-to-head matches. It's interesting because Lancer is putting up some strong numbers today and looking like the aggressor. He'll be hoping this a different story than their previous encounters. Deadlocked at 2 apiece, neither side is budging. Lancer seems to be finding more consistency this evening. Lancer's really starting to put the pressure on here, taking a commanding grip of the early game. The slight underdog is definitely playing with more confidence right now. Unbelievable. He clings to life with a sliver of health after a fierce exchange from the wine. Zeth responds immediately with a clean take to keep the gap narrow. Zeth is looking to capitalize on his better historical record today. Lancer is currently 24-16 over the last day. It's clear that recent momentum is favoring him as he pushes Zeth further back into a hole. I wonder if he can keep this pace up before the halfway mark. He survives a chaotic flurry of shots to claw back another frame. He's fighting to get back to that favored status. Lancer is firmly in control with a 7-4 lead. Lancer is really capitalizing on his slightly higher standing in the rankings. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. Things are playing out exactly as predicted, with the favorite holding a narrow lead. He's taking full advantage of his superior map win rate on Italy. Time to see how they adapt. He's showing some real grit, continuing to chip away at that deficit. Slowing things down for his opponent now. The momentum has shifted back into a dead heat. Lancer is still comfortably ahead at 8-6. The number 25 spot is looking very sharp right now. Lancer just shut that down quickly, catching Zeth right as he picked from the wine. He's proving to be the tougher opponent this time around. Lancer isn't letting up, picking him off the wine to secure another victory. He's clearly in top form after that high-scoring match against Omnic earlier. He manages to secure another frame, keeping himself within reach. What a fight! He refuses to back down, absorbing a huge amount of damage before finally closing the gap. The early lead isn't proving to be as secure as it looked. He is simply refusing to let this lead slip, charging straight through for another round. Zeth is finally proving why the odds were in his favor. Absolute chaos there. He barely walked away from that exchange with his life. A high-stakes battle for the lower half of the top 30. Just a blur of a round, Lancer takes full control, putting himself a single frame away from victory. Game over. He secures the final kill to close out the match. He really defied those historical odds today, finally getting a result against someone who's usually held the upper hand. Zeth holds a strong 371-327 lead in their head-to-head history. That psychological edge often translates into early pressure, and we're seeing it right now. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can shake that off. Zeth is cruising right now, leading 2-1. Omnic is definitely looking to rebound after that recent loss to Zeth. Omnic has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early deficit in a heartbeat. A total shutdown. He's just completely taken control of the map now. He's certainly making up for that close defeat on Redline earlier. Zeth catches him perfectly, bringing the map back to a dead heat. Expected the higher seed to keep things closer than they were. Zeth edges ahead again, putting the pressure on Omnic. Zeth's better ranking is starting to reflect in the gameplay. We are completely deadlocked at 4 apiece. Omnic is showing a lot more confidence than his recent results suggest. Omnic is really starting to put some distance between himself and Zeth with that quick win. Unbelievable. Zeth claws back into a tie, barely surviving that exchange with a sliver of health. Omnic is fighting hard to defy the odds here. What a frantic scramble. Zeth hangs on through the carnage to extend his lead before the break. He's certainly proving to be the more consistent force in their recent matchups. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this matches the projection exactly. Both players are trading runs, but Zeth is using that slight edge in map experience to stay on top. Zeth keeps a narrow one-round cushion over Omnic. The lower seed is refusing to go quietly tonight. Zeth has played a huge volume of games on this map with over 200 matches under his belt. That experience is paying off as he maintains a steady lead. He's clearly the more comfortable player in these specific engagements. Zeth pushes the lead to 8-7. That's a much tighter contest than his 13-11 win over Lancer earlier. Omnic strikes back, leaving us completely tied at 8. A huge swing in momentum compared to how this match started. Zeth is really speeding up the pace here, ending that encounter almost instantly. Back to a stalemate as Zeth and Omnic sit at 9 all. Zeth has had a rougher run today, dropping 22 rounds overall. Zeth claims another lead, putting him one step ahead. His lower standing on the ladder is making him fight an uphill battle. They are absolutely locked in a stalemate now, trading rounds back and forth as they head into the final stretch. That's a lot of pressure on Zeth, who has struggled a bit today. The reaction times are getting incredibly fast, with Zeth just picking him off in a blink of an eye. It's an absolute toss-up now. Neither one of these two is willing to give an inch as we approach the finish line. Omnic is just on fire right now, putting himself a single round away from the victory. He is certainly playing with a lot of grit right now. Absolute perfection to close it out. Omnic takes the series right here. Zeth really fought his heart out, but he just couldn't close the door in those final seconds. What a fight. Lancer has clearly dominated this rivalry with a 108-97 career lead, but the current momentum is shifting. He's entering this one as the favorite, yet he's already facing a deficit after that last close loss to Omnic. Omnic is cruising right now, leading a solid 2-0. Looking at the previous meeting, this is a familiar sight. Omnic is putting on a clinic with a 2-1 lead. The higher rated player is finally finding some footing. The momentum has completely flipped. We've gone from a quick start for Omnic to a dead heat. Lancer looks much sharper here than he did in that last match. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, putting up a third straight round win while taking 0 damage. The lower ranked man is really feeling the pressure here. He's just not given an inch, marking his 4th straight victory to take full control here. A very shaky start for Omnic compared to his recent form. Omnic answers back quickly to keep this series tight. The underdog is proving he can handle this pressure. We've got a deadlock as Lancer and Omnic tie it up. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. Lancer edges ahead with a slim 5-4 lead. He looks a lot more relaxed after that strong 13-9 win over Zeth. Lancer is really capitalizing on his statistical advantage on this particular map. He's managed to translate that theoretical edge into a real gap in confidence. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can find a way to disrupt this rhythm. Lancer holds a comfortable 8-4 advantage. I mean, it's exactly the result we expected from the higher seeded player. He looked composed throughout the half, specifically during that 4-round stretch where he just wouldn't miss. Omnic needs to find some answers fast. Unbelievable! He barely scraps through that encounter, surviving by the skin of his teeth. Absolutely terrifying to see him walk away from that with practically no health. Lancer is running away with it, now leading 9-5. He's definitely keeping that recent 13-11 victory in mind. A solid 3-round cushion now for Lancer. He's certainly showing a lot of grit today. Lancer is really starting to pull away here, just 3 rounds away from closing this out. He's certainly played a lot of games lately, going 23-16 today. Holy cow! He barely walked away from that carnage with just a sliver of health left. Omnic is fighting back, proving that he can stand his ground even when he's trailing by a few rounds. Looking at the ladder, the 34 seed is certainly refusing to go away. The gap is closing fast. Omnic has really stepped up his game in these last 2 rounds. He's certainly showing a bit more resilience since that last fast-aimed duel. Lancer strikes with pinpoint precision to put himself on the verge of victory. His composure is matching the high expectations for this pairing. A huge stop for Omnic, who just totally outdueled his opponent to stay in the fight. That's another clean win for Omnic, who refuses to let this match slip away. He's fighting for survival after that tough 11-13 loss against Kale. Lancer shuts it down right here to secure the series victory. He really held his nerve in the end, and Omnic fought a great battle to keep it this close. What a match! Zef has clearly enjoyed success in this pairing with a head-to-head record of 108-73 in their favor. I mean, it's really interesting to see that dominance when Lancer actually managed to win their most recent meeting. We'll see if Zef can keep that pressure on. Lancer's now firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Lancer definitely looks sharp after those recent wins. This series is an absolute toss-up right now. Neither player is letting the other breathe. Zeth claws back into the lead, now sitting at 3-2. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that tough loss to Omnic. He's totally taking over the map now, sweeping aside the opposition for a third consecutive win. Zeth simply will not stop. He's now taken 4 straight to really open up this lead. The higher ranked man is clearly struggling to find an answer. That was a desperate scrap, but he barely hangs on to secure his 5th straight. Really leaning into that role as the favorite right now. Absolutely cruising now. That is 6 on the bounce for him. Lancer usually has the upper hand in their overall career meetings. Lancer finally finds his mark to put a stop to that run. A solid result for a player who has stayed sharp today. Lancer usually has a significant advantage on this specific map. It's just surprising to see that translate into such a massive deficit for him. Zeth is really capitalizing on this opportunity to push for the finish. Zeth goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he is absolutely shocking the rankings right now. Lancer has the higher rating, but Zeth is the one controlling the pace. Lancer needs to wake up now. Zeth just extended his lead to 9-4. His 17-22 run over the last day has been tough, but he's peaking now. Zeth just completely blindsided him. Lancer had the high ground, but he couldn't capitalize on it. Lancer is playing some really disciplined defense, catching Zeth right as he stepped up onto that box. Zeth is really putting a stranglehold on this game. Lancer just can't find a way to string together any momentum. His recent form has been patchy, but his looks locked in today. A completely effortless shot puts him in a position to end this right now. And that is it. He finishes the job with a perfect shot to seal the victory. Just a complete blowout here. Lancer really couldn't keep up with that insane speed he was showing early on. Zeth holds a clear historical advantage with that 371-328 head-to-head lead. It's a strong psychological edge to have coming into this a new series. The pressure is now on Omnic to prove that his recent victory over Zeth wasn't just a one-off fluke. Zeth is simply too fast, securing another effortless victory to keep the clean sheet. He's just not letting up. That is a crushing start for the opponent. Omnic has definitely shaken off that confidence from his recent win over him. Omnic answers back with a tidy win to keep things competitive. It's a tricky spot for a guy sitting at rank 34. Zeth's on fire, leading the count 5-1. He is looking strong coming off that dominant victory over Lancer. Zeth has a fairly low 43% all-time win rate across his career. It's a number that really believes how hard he is to beat in a direct head-to-head. I think we're seeing that resilience pay off as he manages to keep the lead firmly in his grip. Zeth's just relentlessly pulling away, leading 6-3. His 18-22 run over the last day shows just how much activity he's put in. Omnic shows a lot of heart here, picking him right off the ramp. The underdog is certainly starting to find some openings here. A patient approach pays off as he secures another win, narrowing the gap right before the switch. A crucial stop right here to head into the break. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, this is exactly the close contest we anticipated. Omnic is fighting back well, but Zeth is currently playing up to that map advantage he holds. Let's see if the momentum holds. Zeth extends his lead to 8-5 with a huge play. He's certainly playing like the favorite here. He's refusing to go away, digging in further to close the gap. The momentum shift is real, putting the pressure back on the favorite. Zeth holds a solid 3-round cushion at 9-6. The gap in their ratings is starting to feel accurate. Absolute chaos in that trade. Zeth barely scrapes through with a few health points left after fighting from the container. Absolute heartstopper to get that one over the line. What a scrap! He barely holds on for his life to take this one. He's fighting hard for his life despite the rating gap. A completely clean sequence as he extends this run to 2 in a row. That's a third straight for Omnic as he continues this fierce rally. The dynamic has completely flipped since the start of the second half. A totally pristine play to level the score. He is simply unstoppable right now. Both players have completely reset the board from here. Simply unbelievable. He keeps piling them up to seize the lead. This is an incredible turn of events for the underdog. What a turnaround! He's now just one step away from completing an improbable recovery. The lower seed is simply refusing to blink in this final stretch. Zeth manages to step up when it counts, halting that momentum for a critical survival. What an incredible finish! Omnic survives the final trade to complete an unbelievable recovery and take the victory. He really climbed the mountain to pull this one out. Coming back from that deficit showed so much grit. What a fight! Omni catches him immediately, showing no respect for Lancer's position on the ramp. Lancer secures the advantage from the ramp, putting him back in the driver's seat early on. Things are shaking out exactly as we'd expect based on the head-to-head. Lancer's really starting to build some momentum here after a fast win from the ramp. He's completely in control, cleaning up another round from the ramp. The high-rated player is simply outperforming right now. He's just unstoppable right now, putting up a 4-round run. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly today. A remarkably clean response from Omnic to keep the pressure on. A big confidence boost for the underdog in this spot. Lancer manages to edge him out in the scramble on the ramp. Lancer's 24-15 record over the last day shows he's in form. Lancer has really dominated the matchup historically, winning over half of their meetings. Well, that long-term edge seems to be translating perfectly to this server. It'll be interesting to see if Omni can find any way to break this momentum. He's simply too quick from the ramp to handle, keeping the momentum swinging his way. Omnic catches him right off the ramp to keep things interesting before the break. That's a quick way to snap back into a game. Lancer takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he's just completely crushing this map right now. Omnic is struggling to keep pace with that high individual skill gap. Time for a total reset. Unreal. He manages to claw back and survive with practically nothing left in the tank. A total nail-biter that almost went the other way. Omnic has really struggled in their head-to-head history, with Lancer winning over half of their encounters. Seeing the underdog push back now suggests he's not completely shaken by the deficit. He needs a few more of these to actually shift the momentum. Lancer barely scrapes through that chaotic trade and now sits on the verge of victory. Absolute chaos there, but he somehow manages to pull through a brutal fight to keep his hopes alive. The underdog is refusing to let this slide by quietly. Game over. Lancer closes the show by shutting down Omnic on the boxes. He's just on a tear today, picking up another solid win and continuing his strong run through this set. Zeth is currently sitting on a heavy head-to-head lead with 109 total wins over Lancer. The numbers suggest he knows exactly how to read his opponent. We'll see if Lancer can adjust his approach to get back in control. Absolute control from Zeth, who is just refusing to let his opponent back into this match. Lancer usually has the upper hand on this specific terrain. He's simply not missing, claiming another one from the ramp to make it a clean sweep so far. This is a rough start for Lancer after such a productive day. Finally, a response from Lancer, who secures a clean look to get his first point on the board. Lancer is definitely playing with a bit more confidence today. Lancer refuses to fold, taking another round to narrow the gap. Zeth has been underperforming a bit today with a 16-23 record. Well, he's proving he can still be the aggressor in this specific rivalry. It'll be interesting to see if he can sustain this pressure over the next few rounds. Zeth is really capitalizing on that ramp height, keeping the momentum firmly on his side. He's really capitalizing on his recent success against this opponent. He completely shuts down the comeback attempt by taking this one from the ramp. Lancer had been seeing some success earlier today, but the tide has turned. Lancer manages to find his target and knocks him off the ramp. Lancer is coming into this with plenty of energy after a 25-15 run today. Zeth holds a comfortable 3-point cushion heading into round 11. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is definitely putting a dent in those pre-match expectations. He's fighting hard to hold that edge as they switch sides. Time for a quick mental reset. Lancer is showing some real grit, picking him off the window to keep this series tight. The gap between them is practically non-existent right now. Lancer continues his charge from the ramp, bringing the score completely level at 7-7. A total shift in energy since the switch. Zeth edges ahead by 1 to reclaim the lead. The rating gap is small, but that's the 25th ranked player trying to respond. Zeth is pulling away now, leading 9-7. He looks really comfortable despite the historical disadvantage on this map. Lancer manages to scramble for the win from the wine box, continuing his dogged climb back into this set. He's narrowing this lead down to just a single round. What a fight! He just wipes out the lead and ties things up at 9-9. Lancer is putting on an absolute clinic in these closing frames. Zeth manages to shut that down, catching Lancer right as he tried to use the ramp. Zeth is starting to separate himself here, putting a lot of pressure on Lancer to find an answer quickly. Lancer is usually the one with the edge in these matchups. Goodness, that was a nail-biter! Zeth barely survives the trade to push his lead and hit match point. A real hard stopper of a round for Zeth. Unbelievable finish. Zeth closes out the series in spectacular fashion to take the match. Just a sheer willpower victory for the veteran who managed to hold his nerve while Lancer pushed him to the limit. What a fight! Zeth leads the overall rivalry with 371 total wins. It's a huge historical advantage that makes this early mistake a bit surprising. We'll see if he can get back to his usual standard here. Omnic is absolutely flying out of the gate, catching Zeth right off the Tetris for another quick point. He's looking sharp after that close victory on Mappas. A complete shutdown as he just refuses to let up on the pressure. He's really making the most of this match right now. He's simply too fast for Zeth, putting up a perfect 4-0 start. He is clearly carrying the momentum from their previous match. A quick response here as Zeth gets the first point on the board. We're seeing the top-rated player in this matchup finally settle in. Omnic is putting on a clinic, leading 5-1. The underdog is definitely having his way with this series. Omnic isn't letting him breathe, picking Zeth right off the heaven for another quick point. He's really capitalizing on a poor run of form from Zeth today. Zeth is currently fighting an uphill battle despite a strong 42% win rate on this map. It's tough to see him struggling when the historical data says he should be in control. If he can put together a long string of rounds, he might just flip the script. Omnic is just dominating, pushing his lead to 7-3. He's showing a bit more resilience after that tough result on Mappas. Zeth is starting to close that gap, proving he can handle the heat when the pressure is on. The higher rated player is finally starting to assert himself. We head into the break with Omnic holding a 7-5 lead. Well, it's been a very competitive start given how close these two are. Zeth is currently fighting from behind, but he's definitely capable of erasing this gap. Incredible! Both of them poured everything into that exchange, and he barely manages to walk away as the survivor. Pure heart, he really scrambled to keep that one alive. Omnic is running away with it, now leading 9-5. That's a tough spot for the veteran, a few spots higher on the ladder. Zeth is trailing by 3 as we enter round 15. Zeth is really fighting to get back to that usual dominance. A remarkably clean sequence from Zeth, who continues to chip away at this deficit. Zeth is finally starting to lean into those favorite odds. He is simply on fire right now, completing a hat-trick of rounds to close the gap. The pressure is really starting to mount for the frontrunner. Omnic answers back immediately to halt that momentum. He's certainly making up for those earlier losses to Lancer. Omnic is really putting away here, putting himself just 2 rounds shy of victory. The lower ranked player is putting up a serious fight. He's absolutely locked in right now, extending his run to 3 as he stares down the final point. Just an absolute wall of confidence from the leader. Zeth reacts quickly to keep himself in the fight, denying the closeout for now. What a fight! Omnic digs deep to secure the final point and closes out the map. Just a really impressive showing from him, taking this 2-game sweep against a top-tier opponent. Lancer holds a strong 110-97 lead in their lifetime head-to-head encounters. It's a significant advantage, but the early momentum has shifted toward Omnic after that quick opener. We'll see if the favorite can recover his composure. A completely clean sequence for the challenger, who is just simply too fast right now. Omnic keeps the pressure on, cutting Lancer down off the box for another fast one. The momentum is completely one-sided as he secures another flawless round. He's putting the higher rank to shame today. He is simply untouchable right now, extending that run to 6 straight. Finally, a response from Lancer, who manages to shut that run down. A much needed spark for the higher rated player here. Lancer has a 24-15 record over the last day. It shows he's been hitting his shots more consistently than Omnic lately. I wonder if those strong results will finally kick in to help him close this gap. Lancer is drowning, trailing 1-8 right now. That confidence boost from the last meeting isn't helping Lancer right now. Another fast exchange and he's just completely shutting down any hope of a comeback. Total reversal from their last face-off on red line. He's just too fast, securing his 4th straight win as we head toward the break. The lower rated side is simply dominating the map today. Omnic takes a huge 11-1 lead into the break. I mean, we expected the opposite. The favorite is completely falling apart while the underdog is putting on a show. Lancer finally manages to swap sides of the scoreline, but it's far too late to stop the slide. Omnic has been a bit more reliable against Zed throughout the day. Lancer seems to be waking up, using that height advantage to secure another quick one. He's just a heartbeat away from ending this contest right now. Lancer gets a crisp pick here, desperately clinging to this series. He's showing why he's the higher seeded player in this match. And there it is. Omnic shuts the door and takes the victory. He's really rewritten the script today, just completely dismantling the long-term history between these two players. Zeth really owns this rivalry with a career head-to-head record of 110-73. It's interesting because Lancer is generally considered the more consistent threat on the ladder. We'll see if that historical edge is enough to carry Zeth through this set. He's simply too quick today, taking a commanding 3-round lead. Lancer hasn't quite bounced back from that loss to Omnic earlier. He's simply unstoppable right now, picking up a clean round to start them up. Lancer usually gets the edge in these types of matchups. A swift response here to halt the momentum. Lancer has had a productive day overall with 24 wins. He's showing real grit here, putting together a couple of quick rounds to close the gap. He's definitely fighting to prove the pre-match odds wrong today. Zeth is showing some serious resilience after a tough run of games earlier today, and honestly, he's really using this set to shake off those recent losses to Omnic. The question is whether Lancer can find any answers to this pace. Zeth keeps the pressure high, utilizing that ramp to grab another one. The higher rated player is really struggling to keep up today. He's simply on another level right now, pulling ahead by 5. Really putting his recent form into perspective here. Simply too sharp. That's 4 straight for Zeth. He's really capitalizing on that recent victory over Lancer on fast aim. Lancer pulls one back to keep things interesting heading into the final round of the half. Lancer needs this momentum to carry him through the half. Zeth holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, the higher ranked player is completely off his game here. Lancer just can't find a way to stop Zeth's current pace. Fresh start for Lancer here. Lancer strikes back to make it 8-5. Exactly what the higher rated player needs to stay in this. What a scramble. He barely scrapes through that exchange to keep the comeback alive. The pressure is shifting completely as the gap shrinks. He's simply relentless, putting together a hat trick of rounds to tighten this game up. Incredible! We have a dead heat at 8-8, and he is completely taking over this match. He's just completely shifted the tides of this game, moving into a huge lead with 5 straight wins. The momentum has completely flipped for the underdog here. Zeth secures his foothold back on the ramp to bring this whole match to a standstill. Slightly higher rank or not, he's just not controlling the map right now. Lancer continues his charge, drawing even closer to a full reversal of fortune. The tide is turning in favor of the underdog. He just completely shut that down, showing impressive grit to push himself closer to victory. He wins the brawl out of a messy exchange, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. Absolute madness, considering the initial predictions for this set. A crucial stand from Zeth to keep this dream alive. Squeezing every bit of value out of his experience right now. He's refusing to go down, securing another win to keep this fight alive. Lancer is starting to feel the pressure on his side of the map. Absolutely stunning. He has completely erased the deficit to force a deadlock at 12-12. Everything is on the line now as they head into overtime. Unbelievable. He lapped up that final exchange to secure the match. Absolute brilliance to close out the set. A clean finish to seal the deal right there. And now they're completely deadlocked at 13 apiece after that exchange. Pure chaos now as this series heads into a tiebreaker. Lancer manages to scrape through that fight, taking a narrow lead in this tiebreaker. His composure is scary right now given the stakes. An absolute laser from Zef to force the deadlock at 14-all. A total blitz of a round to level the playing field. He keeps his head in the game and takes the lead, putting himself just one step from victory. Lancer is certainly making a statement with his performance today. He puts on a stunning display of poise to close this out and secure the victory. He really had to dig deep to overcome that historical deficit against Zeth. A huge statement victory. What a fight! Zef holds a clear historical advantage with a 53% win rate in their shared history, and honestly, he's looking to use that confidence to reverse the result of their last encounter. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can find a way to stifle that momentum. Zef is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. This looks like a tight clash between the two mid-tier seeds. The momentum is definitely shifting. Zef has quickly recovered his footing after that early stumble. Looking to shake off those recent losses to Lancer. Omnic just proved that height isn't a guarantee, picking Zeth right off those boxes to tighten this series up. These two are virtually identical in the ratings. Zeth is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. The timing on that trade was nearly instant. Omnic closed back to 4-3, keeping this very competitive. The two are deadlocked in a battle of the mid-table. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly out of health, but he manages to survive the chaos to even the series. Zeth edges ahead once more, taking a 5-4 lead. He's looking to bounce back from a tough result against Lancer. What a scrap! He barely walks away from that one with his life. He's really capitalizing on the gap in their map performance. Zeth keeps his nose ahead at 6-5. Zeth is really fighting to prove he belongs in the top 30. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break and is keeping the pressure on, just as we anticipated. I mean, Omnic is fighting hard, but he just can't quite overcome Zeth's 48% win rate on this specific map. Time to see who finds their rhythm. Zeth holds the lead by 1, but Omnic is hunting. The ladder rankings really reflect how balanced this pair is. Zeth has really been fighting an uphill battle today, coming into this set with a 16-24 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's working hard to shake off that slump and prove he can sustain this lead. Zeth is dominating now, sitting comfortably at 9-6. He's playing with a lot more urgency than we saw in his last few sets. Simply untouchable right now as he keeps this run going to reach double digits. Zeth looks like soon as he's finally shaking off those earlier defeats. Absolute chaos. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he manages to scrap through with a sliver of health. A big contrast to the dominant win he had over Lancer. Omnic refuses to go away, surviving a brutal exchange to pick up his second straight win. A gritty performance here from the underdog to keep things interesting. Zeth is shutting down that mini comeback attempt immediately. He's really refusing to let Omnic get any real traction. He refuses to crack, showing some real guts as he brings this game closer. An impressive shift in energy for the supposed underdog. Omnic is showing incredible resolve, winning another nail-biter to keep his hopes alive. Talk about a rapid turn of events for the favorite. Simply sensational. He's fully erased the deficit to bring the series back to a dead heat. Total reset of the board now. Absolute momentum shift. Omnic secures another round, putting him just 1 point away from victory. What an incredible turnaround to close this out! He finishes the job with a perfect final shot to claim the series. He just couldn't close that gap despite having the edge on Mappus. A gutsy performance all around from both of them. What a fight! Lancer enters this match with a strong head-to-head lead of 110 to 98 over his opponent. It's a nice cushion to have, especially since Omnic was the one to take their last meeting quite convincingly. We'll see if Lancer can keep the momentum here. Lancer is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The lower-rated player of the pair is showing some teeth here. Omnic is really putting the pressure on now, completely flipping the script on this series. Unreal! Lancer barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving by the skin of his teeth. He's definitely doing enough to maintain that slight advantage in the rankings. And just like that, Omnic levels the field at 3 apiece. Lancer really stepped up the aggression there, catching him right from the wine crates. Lancer claws back to tie things up at 4-all. He's certainly playing with plenty of confidence after those recent wins. Omnic takes the lead, pushing ahead 5-4. He's looking sharp following that dominant outing on Dunes earlier today. Neither player is letting the other breathe today. We are seeing a complete deadlock as we head toward the break. Omnic just edged ahead, now leading 6-5. The lower rated player is really making his mark in this series. We've got a dead heat at 6-all heading into the break. Lancer isn't running away with this one as expected, but he's still holding his own. He'll need to step up his pace in the second half. A clean slate for both players. Omnic manages to seize the upper hand, moving to 7. That was a lightning-fast exchange. The number 30 seed is really stepping up his game. Lancer answers right back to bring us level at 7. Lancer's overall higher win percentage is showing through here. Omnic is really starting to pile on the pressure, keeping Lancer on his heels as we enter the final stretch. Omnic is really playing the role of the spoiler today, with a 60% win rate in his last 10. Well, it's a striking contrast to his usual performance on this map. Lancer is essentially fighting a losing battle against this specific momentum right now. He's simply outclassing him right now, picking up another easy one to keep the streak alive. He's absolutely dominating his favorite for the day. Lancer secures a quick reaction win to get back on the board. That was effortless. Omnic is now just a single round away from victory. What a finisher! Omnic closes it out with a hard-fought duel to secure the map victory. He's really moving in the right direction today, completely shaking off that head-to-head disadvantage to take both maps. Zeth holds a significant lead in the head-to-head, winning 60% of their career matchups. He has been struggling lately though, and this opening round puts a lot of pressure on Lancer to flip the script. Lancer gets the answer right back and takes control from the ramp. And the higher seeded player is already shaken off the nerves. Good heavens! Zeth barely makes it out alive after dragging his opponent off that ramp. It is a bit of shake-up given how he struggled his last 3 games. Squeezing through with a sliver of life, he manages to clutch it from the ramp. The higher ranked man is feeling the pressure right now. Zeth keeps the heat up, denying him from the ramp to push the lead to 4-1. It's a stark contrast to that 16-14 loss he suffered recently. Lancer answers back from the ramp, showing some real grit here. Coming into this, we expected a tight battle from both sides. Zeth is putting the pressure on now, commanding that ramp to widen his gap. A strong bounce back after that tough 14-16 defeat earlier. Zeth really has the upper hand right now, taking a commanding lead after that fierce battle on the ramp. He is playing with a lot more confidence than in his last few games. Absolute precision from Zeth, who just shut the door on Lancer's hope for a comeback. A complete shutout as Zeth claims his 4th straight round from the ramp. That's a massive shift from the last time they faced off. He's simply untouchable right now, taking a 5th straight round to push his lead to 9-2. That's a huge turnaround from his recent losses to Omnic. Zeth takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, nobody expected a rout like this from the underdog. Lancer looks completely lost as Zeth runs away with the momentum. Lancer needs to wake up fast. Lancer is really struggling to find a way to stop the momentum as the gap continues to widen. It's a surprising turnaround given the ladder difference between the two. Unreal, he survives by a thread to secure match point. Just a few pixels of health left to secure that lead. Lancer just can't get a foothold right now. What a statement! He closes out the game with a huge final victory. He's finally found his footing today, and he looked like a completely different player on Redline. Zeth puts up a quick statement to start us off, securing the early lead from the ramp. Zeth holds the overall lead in their head-to-head history. He's going to need to lean on that confidence because Omnic has looked far more consistent in recent matches. This match is essentially a toss-up given their identical win rates on this map. Zeth is really piling on the pressure now, taking full control from that ramp. He's really looking for redemption after that narrow loss on Mappas. The momentum has completely shifted, and he's absolutely taking over the server. Omnic refuses to go away, shutting down that run with a perfectly clean shot. Expectations were high for Zeth to sweep, but this is turning into a scrap. He's putting up a fierce fight, closing the gap with another lightning-fast flick. The gap is virtually non-existent now. Omnic just equalizes the series, putting on a clinic from the ramp to erase the deficit. The favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable. Zeth manages to secure the better angle on the ramp to regain a one-round lead. The resilience is showing as Omnic keeps fighting to keep things dead even. He's staying calm under fire. A complete flip from the usual projections for these two. Another fast reaction for Omnic, ensuring he enters the break with a slim lead. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I guess it's fair that the underdog is sitting on top here. Honestly, this is exactly the kind of back and forth battle we expected for these two. Time for a fresh start. Omnic keeps the momentum going, picking Zeth off the toolbox to push the lead to 8-5. It's starting to look like a landslide for the underdog. Another effortless take for Omnic, who is quickly scrubbing away any hope of a comeback. Omnic has really been the one in control lately, carrying a streak of 4 wins into this series. It's clear he's leaning on that momentum to keep Zeth at arm's length. We'll see if Zeth can actually build on this single round win. He secures another round from the window, quickly shutting down Zeth's brief hope for a rally. His timing is just impeccable right now. Omnic is completely in control now, putting himself just a single round away from victory. And there it is, he closes the door on this series and takes the victory. He's completely rewritten the history between these two today. Just an absolute dominant display from start to finish. Lancer generally holds the advantage in this matchup with 110 total wins over his opponent, but the current form tells a completely different story. Looking at those recent results, Omnic is coming in on a 5-match win streak. He's looking very confident right now. Omnic keeps his momentum alive, leading 2-1. His historical advantage is starting to show up here. Unreal. Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange with just a single point of health left. The underdog has really found his footing tonight. Lancer proves the high ground isn't always safe, dragging Omnic right off that boost. He's finally starting to push back after that rough 13-8 result. Omnic just wasn't having it, shutting him down even with Lancer holding that high ground. He's really playing his best game of the day here. Omnic has been seeing an incredible amount of success lately with an 80% win rate over his last 10 games. It looks like he's simply refusing to let Lancer get any air this series. He's playing with an intensity that's clearly getting inside his opponent's head. A clean response from Lancer to get back in this. Lancer is showing why he's usually the one favored here. He keeps the pressure on, securing another one to narrow this gap. He's quickly erasing that early deficit. Another huge play from Lancer, taking full control as we approach the break. Lancer looks completely locked in right now. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, we're seeing a massive shift in the power dynamic here. Despite the historical gap, Omnic is simply outplaying the favorite at the moment. Fresh start for both players here. Omnic still holds a commanding 3-point cushion. Coming into this, we really expected the former to hold the line. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he manages to edge it out in a total slugfest. He just wouldn't let Lancer breathe, picking him clean off that boost to stretch the lead. It's a total mirror of their last meeting today. Lancer manages to outlast him, finally picking the opponent off the boost. He's definitely fighting to avoid another one-sided result like their last set. Omnic is still firmly in control with a 3-round lead. The rankings are tight here, with only a small gap between them. What a fight! He barely survives that absolute war of attrition, clutching out the win by a hair. His nerves are made of steel to walk away with a win like that. A quick burst, and Omnic is just 1 round away from ending this match. He is really making a statement against the favorite today. Lancer finally puts a stop to the run, a clean victory to keep the dream alive. A critical stand to keep things interesting. Game over, Omnic closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the match. He really just kept his composure in those scary moments. It's a huge result for someone who usually struggles to get a lead on it. Zeth holds a commanding 111-74 head-to-head lead against Lincer, and coming off that last meeting where he dominated, it feels like he has a real psychological advantage here. We'll see if Lincer can find a way to break that pattern. Zeth is cruising along with a 2-1 lead. He's actually playing better than the betting odds predicted. Lancer is just unable to find a response right now. Zeth is simply too fast for him today. Zeth's now sitting pretty with a narrow 3-2 lead. That rating gap is practically negligible, so expect this to stay tight. Lancer fights back to even things up at 3-3. Lancer is definitely shaking off the rust after a tough run of games. He's on fire right now, securing his 3rd straight win to take the lead. The momentum shift is real, especially since Lancer entered as the slight favorite. Just a complete takeover now. Lancer extends his grip on the map with another effortless win. Unbelievable! Zeth barely survives a brutal exchange to claw one back. Absolutely insane to see that high-stress trade go his way. Lancer has played a lot more than Zeth over his career, with over 8,000 matches played. I mean, that kind of experience often shows up in high-pressure situations. It's definitely helping him maintain a steadier hand as he pushes for a double-digit lead. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. Zeth is holding his own despite the pressure, showing that the gap in rank isn't really a factor today. Lancer had a strong run, but he couldn't pull ahead. Let's see who blinks first. What a scramble. Zeth barely walks away from that exchange with his life to reclaim the lead. He's really living on the edge tonight. Lancer answers back. We are tied up at 7-all. The higher rating on the ladder is finally translating into results. Zeth pulls ahead again, pushing the score to 8-7. Lancer is really struggling to find his footing today. Both players are just swapping rounds at this point. It's an absolute coin flip who comes out on top. Things are looking a bit more balanced than that 13-2 blowout earlier. Zeth edges ahead by 1, reclaiming the upper hand. It's surprising to see him struggling after such a strong day overall. Zeth builds a solid 2-round cushion up 10-8. Lancer's recent string of losses today seems to be weighing on him. He's completely in control now, picking up his 3rd straight victory to stretch the lead. The underdog is definitely making a strong case for himself here. Lancer manages to outlast him in a gritty exchange to close the gap. He really needed a response like that to keep his hopes alive. What an intense firefight. Zeth barely walks away from that disaster, putting himself just 1 round shy of the finish line. What a finish! Zeth closes the door on the series with a definitive final play. He really had to fight through the fire for that one, especially with how often he almost went down. What a scrap! Zeth currently holds a slight overall lead with a 371 to 332 lifetime record against his opponent. Well, it's a narrow gap, but it gives him a psychological edge going into these early rounds. He'll want to build on that to shake Omnic's recent confidence. Omnic has quickly snatched a 2-1 lead. The underdog in the head-to-head is looking very comfortable. We're back to a dead heat. Neither of these two can seem to pull away early on. He looks a lot stronger than he did in that 13-6 defeat earlier. Zeth manages to climb back in front at 3-2. Zeth's victory here helps wipe away that tough loss from their previous game. What a fight! He almost went down there, but barely edges out the victory to keep his streak alive. He's just completely taken over this match, moving into a commanding lead. Omnic answers back with a fast kill, refusing to let Zeth pull away. He's showing a lot more fight than in their previous set. Omnic has been on fire lately with an 80% win rate in his last 10 games. It's a stark contrast to how he's performing right now against Zeth. He's clearly struggling to translate that general momentum into this specific duel. Another swift victory for Omnic, who is really starting to close the gap here. He's definitely putting on a lot of pressure as we approach the half. We're all tied up at 6 apiece heading into the switch. Well, this is exactly how you'd expect a toss-up to start. It's been a back and forth struggle, but Omnic is showing he can keep up with Zeth on this map. Let's see who takes control now. Omnic secures a huge win to take a 7-6 lead, proving he's not going down without a fight. The timing on that shot was practically instant. Zeth levels things up and we are square again. The gap between them on the ladder is practically non-existent. Zeth pulls ahead by 1 again. A very clean sequence to reclaim a 1-round advantage. A total shutout there, and now it's a dead heat again as he continues to claw back into this set. Neither side is willing to let the other breathe. Omnic is purely relentless, picking him right off the vine to seize the lead. A devastatingly quick stop to a potential run. That was an absolute brawl, but he manages to survive the chaos to extend his lead. He's really starting to dictate the pace of this exchange. A quick response from Zeth, who cuts into that deficit. The higher rated competitor is fighting to hold his nerve. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and he scrapes through with a tiny sliver of health left. Simply incredible reflexes to shut that down. We're back to a 1-round difference, and the momentum is shifting rapidly in the closing stages. Zeth is really starting to put the pressure on here, as Omnic has to find a way to break this slide. Surgical precision there to secure that tie. He's showing incredible grit to push this close to a finish, just 1 step away from the victory. Absolute madness. We are tied up at 12-12 and this battle is heading straight into overtime. Both of them are showing a lot of heart to keep this so close. Omnic keeps the pressure high and wipes him off the vine in a total breeze. Zeth will really have to dig deep to stop this slide. They've completely traded everything in this series, leaving the map wide open for anyone to take. Zeth is quickly finding his second wind in this overtime stretch. He's showing incredible resilience to put this a total deadlock at 14-14. Neither man can build any real lead in this grind. Zef barely survives the exchange, clawing his way to a 15-14 lead. He is really fighting for the top spot in the ranks. A perfect response from Omnic, leveling the game and putting himself on the verge of victory. Omnic just snatched the lead, putting Zeth in a hole. Omnic is firmly in control with a 17-15 cushion. Omnic just widened the gap to 18-15. Zeth is completely reeling from that collapse. Omnic is just too strong, leading 19-15 now. He really had to dig deep to find another gear in overtime and secure that series. He'll be thrilled to get this one. What a match. Lancer holds a lead in their lifetime head-to-head match history with 110 wins over Omnic. However, that doesn't seem to be helping him right now. He's coming into this match on a 4-game losing streak, and Omnic is looking every bit as confident as his recent form suggests. We're all squared up after a wild opening. He's fighting an uphill battle against that 8% advantage on this terrain. Omnic takes a slim 2-1 lead into the next. It's a familiar script after that last outing on Blame. Omnic is playing at an incredible pace today, making it look like he's just deciding when to end these rounds. Omnic is now just one step ahead, 3-2. He's definitely looking to bounce back from that rough series against Zeth. Omnic is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. Omnic is definitely making a case for himself as the stronger player here. Lancer is keeping the pace tight, making sure this doesn't spiral out of his control too early. He's playing a bit more like the favored player now. Omnic is putting on a clinic with an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's a stark contrast to what we're seeing from Lancer. And honestly, it feels like that momentum is starting to outweigh any historical advantage Lancer might have had. We'll see if he can actually find a way to break this run. What a scramble! Omnic barely hangs on with a sliver of health after dragging Lancer down from the box. That was a nail-biter, but he managed to secure the advantage. Omnic is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 7. Omnic heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, and frankly the underdog is looking far too sharp here. It's a worrying start for Lancer, who really needs to shake off this poor form to salvage the game. Time for a fresh start. A huge response from the trailing player, finally cutting into that lead. He is starting to fight back into this one. Lancer closes the gap, trailing by only 2 now. He's looking completely unfazed by the target on his back today. Omnic keeps the pressure on with a 9-6 cushion. His recent 80% clip is starting to look like the real story. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly empty, but he manages to scrap through and keep this run alive. Absolutely ruthless precision to close that one out. A lightning fast exchange and he comes out on top. He just completely shut down that momentum swing. The resurgence continues as Lancer secures another effortless win. The early pressure from the favorite is finally starting to pay off. Lancer is simply refusing to back down, clawing his way back into a tight contest. Whoa, what a scrap! Omnic barely survives that encounter after picking him off the box. That is a huge stop to prevent a full takeover. He's back in control, putting himself just 1 round away from a victory. This is definitely starting to look like a total role reversal. Lancer isn't folding, he's just secured a clean win to keep his hopes alive. That was a lightning quick snap to get back in the fight. Lancer is truly showing some grit here, refusing to let the match slip away. The pressure is shifting heavily toward his opponent now. Unreal! Omnic survives by a hair and shuts the door to take the match. He really fought through the fire to get this one, especially with how many times he had to clutch out on low health. What a match! Zeth holds a commanding 112-74 lead in their all-time head-to-head series. He's certainly the one who usually finds a way to close things out against Lancer. It will be interesting to see if he can flip the script after that early loss. Lancer's really heating up with a 2-1 lead. We're seeing the favorite struggle early on. Lancer is starting to build some serious momentum here, putting a lot of pressure on Zeth early on. He's really shaking off that string of losses today. Lancer edges ahead now, taking a 3-2 grip. The numbers on the ladder are nearly identical for these two. Lancer's just dominating, pulling ahead to a 4-2 lead. He's clearly shaking off a rough patch from those earlier matches. Lancer just refuses to let Zeth get comfortable, outplaying him and cutting him down right off those boxes. He's managing a tough run after a few lean games today. Zeth finds his mark, dropping Lancer right off the ramp to keep this series close. The confidence is returning for the higher-seeded player. Lancer has managed a fairly steady 18-20 record over the last day. That consistency is proving vital as he works to break away with a significant lead. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can find a way to disrupt that momentum. Zeth answers right back, showing some real grit to trim the deficit to 2. He's playing these exchanges with incredible speed right now. Lancer keeps the pace, extending his lead to 7-4. Lancer is certainly making the most of his current form. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the pre-match predictions suggested. He has a slim cushion, but Zeth is staying within striking distance. Let's see if Zeth can respond. He's refusing to fade away, staying aggressive to narrow that gap. Zeth is finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. He's completely erased that early deficit, bringing the score level at 7-all. Absolute deadlock now as we head into the 15th. Unbelievable. Zeth takes the lead and completely turns the tide of this map. A total reversal of fortunes in the blink of an eye. He's simply unstoppable right now, picking up another round to keep this surge going. The pressure is absolutely suffocating for Lancer right now. Lancer puts a stop to that run, answering back quickly to close the gap. It's a battle of two players closely matched on the ladder. Pure chaos as Zeth and Lancer sit tied up. That's a massive shift in energy for the underdog. Lancer just completely shut him down, taking total control with another straight win. The rankings have these two separated by barely anything. He's completely taking over now, crossing the finish line with a 4th straight victory. What a response from Zeth, grabbing the win from those boxes to keep this fight alive. A crucial stand by Zeth to keep things tense. A grueling duel that both barely survive, but he comes out on top to level things up. Absolutely nail-biting stuff as we head into the final stretch. Incredible. He keeps rolling, securing another huge point after that ramp kill to put himself on the verge of victory. Lancer claws back into this with a flawless reaction, forcing an incredible deadlock at 12-all. A massive mental reset for Lancer after those earlier losses today. Lancer has really tightened things up lately, and now he's just one step away from closing this out. A huge shift for him, especially considering that tough slump in his last 10. The resilience is on full display as he forces another deadlock at 13-13. Both of these guys are simply refusing to blink today. Lancer is fighting through this one round by round, refusing to let the momentum slip. This really is a mirror match between two of the closest competitors. Lancer completely takes over here, catching Zeth right off the boxes to move within striking distance. Lancer is just playing far too clean in these exchanges. Zeth stays composed in this pressure cooker, shutting the door on another chance for Lancer to close it out. That's exactly the kind of response you want to see. He keeps the heat on with another untouchable sequence to pull these two back level. Both of them are just refusing to let the other walk away. Lancer claws ahead by a single point. Pure insanity as Zeth and Lancer hit 16 each. Zeth sneaks a lead with 17-16 in his favor. Lancer has been plagued by these small lapses throughout the day. We are back to a dead heat at 17 apiece. Neither of them is giving an inch today. Lancer edges back into the lead at 18-17. Lancer is proving too stubborn to put down right now. Lancer pushes his advantage and moves to 19-17. He just couldn't find that final answer, but he'll be gutted after leading for so long. What a fight! Zeth claims the opener with a clean win from the ramp. Zeth really holds the long-term advantage here, leading their head-to-head 371 to 333. It's an interesting dynamic because Omnic have been on a tear lately. We have to see if this early lead is enough to shut down that momentum. He is simply outclassing everything Omnic tries, making it 4 straight for the leader. Zeth looks a lot sharper than he did an hour ago. Omnic manages to find a way through, picking Zeth right off the ramp. He's definitely leaning on that current hot streak for confidence. Zeth is putting the pressure back on from the ramp, making a quick recovery after that lost round. The higher rated player is fighting for a foothold here. Omnic is fighting back, showing a lot of resilience by taking that duel right at the ramp. Omnic has definitely been the stronger force in their most recent clashes. Omnic manages to outpeak Zeth right off the ramp, continuing this impressive response. The odds definitely weren't favoring this kind of run. Omnic maintains his control from the ramp, cutting the lead down to just 1 round. His consistency has been the story of the day. Unbelievable. He just leveled the score at 5-5 with an absolutely pristine finish from the ramp. A complete reset of the match right at the midpoint. He's just on another level right now, securing 5 straight to take the lead. Zeth's ranking usually puts him in a different tier entirely. We're sitting in a dead heat with 6-6. Well, this plays out exactly like the pre-match read. It's just been a game of huge swings, and both players are proving they can trade heavy momentum. He's just too steady right now, clawing back further to put the pressure on Zeth. It's becoming a bit of a nightmare for the higher ranked man. A complete shutdown by Omnic, who simply won't let the momentum shift back. He's proven why he's a dangerous opponent regardless of the ranking. Absolute control from the man in the lead who just cruised to a 3rd consecutive win. He is simply untouchable, extending that round to 4 straight while staying completely healthy. Zeth answers back with a crisp headshot to finally halt that run. The underdog in this pair is certainly punching up today. Omnic earns a crisp victory by dropping Zeth right off the ramp. The gap on the ladder is barely visible in this series. Omnic puts the pressure on with another huge win from the window, and he's now on match point. The momentum shift is practically total at this stage. Zeth manages to shut him down on the ramp, keeping his hopes alive for now. A gritty effort from the man who's been fighting uphill all game. What a performance! Omnic completes a massive comeback to seal the series. He's truly in the form of his life, putting together a perfect sequence of wins to close things out. Lancer brings an overall win rate of 46% into today's clash. It's a solid foundation, but it's a bit concerning seeing him struggle with a 30% success rate over his last 10 games. We'll see if he can maintain this early lead despite that poor form. Lancer's holding a slim edge with 2 rounds up. Omnic has been on a tear with a huge winning stretch lately. Omnic is really picking up the pace here and is looking very comfortable in these fast-fire exchanges. Lancer is just 1 step ahead at 3-2. His head-to-head history is definitely working in his favor here. Deadlock at 3-all. Omnic has clawed back. Lancer has to shake off that 13-11 defeat from their last encounter. The volatility of this set is wild. We're seeing a completely different winner every single round. The 2 players are almost identical in our ratings, sitting only 2 spots apart on the ladder. You can tell it's a clash of styles where one mistake changes the entire momentum. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can actually close this out. He's showing a lot of grit, keeping this fight alive. The slight favorite will need to find some stability now. Lancer is pulling away now, leading by 3. He's just continuing to put the pressure on. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. The result is pretty much what we expected, seeing how much he usually controls this matchup. He'll just need to keep that energy up on the switch. Omnic needs a big wake-up call. Omnic barely survives that slugfest, showing real persistence to narrow the gap. That was an incredibly quick trade to get the round. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that carnage, scratching out a win to bring the score level. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Lancer manages to reclaim the lead at 8-7. Omnic has been absolutely dominant lately with that 90% run. What a response! He keeps the pressure on to bring us completely level. It's a complete toss-up now as we head into the final stretch. Incredible grit from Omnic to clutch out that scrap and take the lead. He's fighting for his life with those razor-thin health margins. Lancer strikes back to make it a dead heat at 9 apiece. It's a grind for both of them today. A frighteningly efficient peak from Omnic as he extends that narrow lead. Lancer's edge as the favorite is starting to fade away. A complete shutdown on that exchange, leaving him completely outclassed as the lead grows. The underdog is truly finding his footing in this second half. He's simply too fast right now, putting the pressure on as he moves to match point. Total lockdown by the underdog in this stretch. Unreal! He completely shuts the door on this series to secure the victory. He really just completely took over that map. It's a huge result, especially since Lancer usually has his number in this rivalry. Zeth holds a substantial all-time lead in their head-to-head battles. It's a strange dynamic because the Lancer has looked sharper in their most recent encounter. We have to see if that early lead translates into a full series victory. Lancer is fighting back hard, but Zeth leads 2-1. He had a tough run today, coming in at 1621 overall. Lancer is really putting the pressure on here, evening things up in a flash. Hard to shake off that recent loss on Blame Mappas. Lancer takes a gripping 3-2 lead into this round. Both are fighting through a rough day, but he's keeping his head. Lancer is simply too fast right now, securing another clean kill to take full control of the map. Lancer is simply relentless, dropping the target right off the vine for his 4th straight win. The momentum shift reflects the betting favorites for a reason. Lancer is simply unstoppable right now, keeping the pressure up for another round. It's a total flip from how their matches usually go. Unreal, he claws back a victory in a complete brawl, barely walking away with his life. He really dug deep to secure that one. He's showing some real grit here, putting together a 2nd straight win to keep the gap manageable. He's on fire right now, shutting down the opposition's run with a perfect sequence of shots. We are deadlocked at 6-6. Well, Zeth has held his own against the favorites so far. It will be interesting to see if the higher seed can pull away on the second half of Italy. New sides, fresh start. He's refusing to fold, securing this point to keep the pressure mounting. He is starting to look like the favorite we expected. And just like that, Zeth brings us back to a dead heat at 7 apiece. He's staying composed under pressure, edging ahead in this series. A very tight contest between two incredibly skilled players. Zeth strikes back and we are tied up at 8. It's almost impossible to separate these two right now. Lancer edges ahead by 1, taking the 9th round. A really tough spot to be in for Zeth right now. He's firmly establishing his dominance here. He's showing incredible resilience, finding the angle from the wine to keep this game dead even. Lancer just reacted faster, shutting down Zeth's attempt to hold the wine. Absolute chaos there, and he barely scrapes through with the win after a wild exchange. That was a fingernail biting finish to get the lead. What a desperate scrap. He barely clings to life after that war, putting himself 1 round away from victory. Lancer is playing like the world #1 right now. Boom! A flawless final shot secures the victory and the map for Lancer. It's starting to look like a trend now. With Zeth unable to find a way to stop this momentum, he'll be gutted to drop another close one. Hard-fought win. Zeth has consistently played the better game in their head-to-head history, holding a lead in over 700 encounters, but he's clearly struggling right now compared to the form Omnic is bringing into today. It will be interesting to see if that confidence gap narrows after this first round. Omnic is surging ahead, holding a narrow 2-1 lead. Omnic is really carrying that momentum from his recent run of wins. Absolutely untouchable right now. He just completely shut the door on any hopes of a comeback. Omnic simply refuses to let up, picking Zeth right off the ramp to extend the lead. That slight edge in the rankings is starting to show. Omnic is just on fire, picking Zeth right off the boxes to secure another win. Zeth has been having a rough time today, struggling throughout his latest matches. Zeth finally puts a stop to the run and gets his first win of the match. He has been fighting a tough slump throughout the last 24 hours. Omnic is entering this match with an incredible 10-win streak. It is almost unbelievable to see such a run of form meeting a player as struggled as Zeth. He needs a drastic change in momentum if he hopes to bridge this gap. Omnic outshines him in a ramp battle to claim another round. The gap in their current form is a massive hurdle for the trailing side. A total standoff on the ramps, and he emerges victorious again to push the lead to 9-2. Zeth's current form really echoes that tough series against Lancer earlier. Omnic takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break. Well, he's completely erased Zeth's usual advantage in this rivalry. It's a crushing start for the man at the bottom of the scoreline. Time for a total reset. Omnic is just dominating, cruising to a 10-3 lead. His current win percentage in recent matches is simply otherworldly. Omnic is just relentless, shutting Zeth down from the ramp to hold a commanding lead. The higher rated player is simply outclassing his opponent right now. A total blowout, picking him right off those boxes to put himself on the verge of victory. What a nail-biter to finish it all, but he clings to a sliver of health to close out the series. He's just completely rewritten the script for this matchup, leaving Zeth in the dust after a total one-sided affair. Lancer holds the overall head-to-head edge with a 52% win rate over his opponent, but Omnic is carrying an incredible 11-game win streak into this match. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can shut that momentum down. He's absolutely relentless right now, extending that run to 3 straight. Lancer is usually the one expected to come out on top here. The perfection continues as he shuts this one down without taking a single hit. That's a very different result than their previous meeting on Orange. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that exchange to move to a 5-round streak. Lancer really needs to find a way to answer back. Lancer finally finds his mark, putting a halt to that aggressive run. Coming off a tough 9-13 result earlier today. Omnic is really asserting his authority right now with a 19-10 record over the last day. He's proving that his current peak is far outweighing the historical advantage Lancer usually holds. We're seeing a complete role reversal in this series. Omnic is just cruising, leading by 5 now. It looks like he's continuing the dominance he showed in their last clash. The pace of these exchanges is getting frightening. Omnic is just teleporting across these rounds. The number 25 seed is just completely in control of the pace. Omnic's firmly in the driver's seat at 8-3. The higher seeded player is definitely feeling the pressure now. It's 9-3 heading into the break. Well, this is a shock result given the expectations. Omnic is simply outplaying Lancer right now, and it looks like this huge lead might be too much to overcome. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Lancer uses that high ground on the ramp to secure another one. He's definitely fighting to put those early struggles behind him. What a scramble! Lancer almost goes down, but he manages to claw out this victory in a total firefight. He's showing real resilience after that near-death experience. Omnic stays 5 games clear as he holds a 10-5 lead. His 10-game stretch of perfection hasn't wavered for a second. Lancer's brief resurgence is over. Omnic has regained complete control of the series. Lancer is definitely trying to claw his way back into this, but he's still facing a steep climb to catch up. The 29 seed is definitely fighting for his life right now. A precise burst closes things out, and now the favorite is just a single round from victory. It's a complete flip from the usual rankings we've seen. Unbelievable. He closes out the series with a quick burst to take the entire map. He's just an absolute monster right now, extending that hot streak to 12 straight games after this match. Zeth makes a statement early, putting the pressure on Lancer right from the jump. Zeth holds a strong historical advantage with 112 total wins over Lancer, but their most recent meeting went the other way for him. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can use that recent confidence to overturn the lifetime record today. Lancer is on fire, taking a third straight round without taking a single point of damage. Zeth has been having a tough time throughout the day. Zeth gets the upper hand from the ramp to tighten this series up. Lancer manages to shut things down quickly here, picking Zeth right off the bricks to extend that lead. That pre-match advantage isn't doing him any favors right now. Lancer is really putting on the pressure, catching Zeth on the planks to push this lead even further. The higher ladder seating is definitely making an impact. Lancer is just untouchable right now, putting Zeth in a deep hole. Lancer's recent form is definitely trending upward today. Zeth answers back with a clean hit from the planks, cutting into that deficit. He's been grinding through a tough slate of matches today. Lancer was too quick for him again, cutting Zeth off the ramp to keep his control of the game. Tough luck for Zeth, who's sliding after that rough series against Omnic earlier. That was an incredibly fast encounter. Lancer is just reacting way quicker than Zeth at the moment. Lancer holds a nice lead at 8-4. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as predicted so far. Lancer is comfortably in the driver's seat as we head into the second half. Zeth needs to find some momentum. Lancer is simply refusing to let Zeth get any footing, easily picking him off that ramp position. He's looking very stable compared to his earlier matches today. Lancer is coming into this with an 18-19 record over the last day. So yeah, he's been fighting through a very mixed bag of results lately. It's clearly weighing on him, and Zeth is starting to capitalize on that inconsistency. A real battle of wills right there, as they both fought for control of the window. His ranking is only slightly higher, but the pressure is shifting. He's just not letting up, using that ramp to secure another round in this comeback effort. A huge shift in tempo from the server right now. Lancer just puts another one in the win column by picking him off the ramp. Looking like a bit of a struggle for him lately. A totally unscathed round for Zeth, who continues to refuse to fade away. The slight favorite is starting to wake up. He's staying dangerous from the planks, bringing the gap down to just 1. He's starting to live up to that favorite tag. What a survival! He barely escapes that exchange with a sliver of health to even the series. Absolute nail-biter of a finish there. Lancer quickly regains his composure to put the score back in his favor. He's really trying to shake off those earlier losses today. Zeth just completely outclassed him coming off the ramp to level this match at 11 apiece. A dead even split as we head into the final stretch. Unbelievable grit from Zeth, taking control from the toolbox to put himself one step away from victory. Lancer has completely lost his grip on this series. What a finish! Zeth closes it out to complete an incredible comeback victory. He just refused to quit, especially after those brutal losses earlier today. That huge mental reset was the difference maker here. What a fight! Omnic was just a bit faster on the draw to take Zeth off that box. Omnic has been absolutely on fire lately, putting together a 12-win streak over his last 10 matches. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into this set. I'm curious if Zeth can use his overall head-to-head advantage to shake things up. A total scramble, but he manages to clear that box to take a commanding lead. The higher-seeded player is really making his presence felt. Omnic secures another flawless round from the box, extending his lead to 4-0. Unreal. He barely escapes that exchange with a tiny sliver of health to keep the streak moving. Zeth certainly had the edge in their head-to-head history. Zeth finally answers back with a clean kill to cut into that lead. He's been battling uphill all afternoon with a 15-21 record today. Omnic is just dominating here, leading 6-1. Omnic is comfortably in control of the tempo here, and that is a big swing considering Zeth has usually had the upper hand in these two facing off. He's really capitalizing on his current momentum to put some serious distance between them. Omnic is just relentless, putting himself up 8-2. He's definitely proven why he's the higher rated player tonight. Omnic shuts that down fast, picking Zeth right off the box to keep the pressure high. He is continuing that dominant pattern from their last meeting. Omnic takes a massive 9-3 lead into the break. Well, he's completely overwhelmed Zeth, despite the neutral expectations coming into this map. He looks far more confident than the player is facing right now. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Omnic is just cruise controlling now at 10-3. He has been absolutely locked in with a perfect record lately. Zeth is trailing by 6 now, hanging on tight. Omnic is still looking like the stronger seed despite the dip. Zeth is starting to put up a real fight, picking up 2 in a row to keep this competitive. He is absolutely tearing through the defense now, taking a 3rd straight round to stay in this. Omnic shuts that down instantly, picking him right off the box. A brutal firefight there, and he comes out on top to put the game in his hands. The higher ranking is really paying dividends for him right now. What a finish. Omnic closes the door on this one to secure the victory. He's just on another level right now, and that half-second reaction time was simply too much for Zeth to handle. Omnic is coming into this session on an incredible 13-match winning streak. It's definitely strange to see that momentum disappear in the first round, especially since he dominated their previous encounter. We'll see if Omnic can actually stabilize here. Lancer is really putting the pressure on at 2-1. He's currently fighting for a rough stretch today. It's becoming a real back and forth affair, neither player able to put their opponent away for more than a single round. Lancers just edged ahead, taking a 3-2 lead. Surprisingly, the higher rated player is the one struggling here. And just like that, Omnic levels the playing field. Lancer's historically been the one in control of this specific rivalry. Omnic has the upper hand now, putting Lancer on the defensive early on. He's clearly feeling confident after those dominant results today. We're deadlocked at 4 apiece as they reset. It's a complete reversal from that blowout loss on Blame Mappas. Lancer pulls ahead again, claiming a narrow 5-4 advantage. He's struggling to find that same rhythm from his previous matches today. Lancer keeps the momentum shifting, trading a fair amount of damage to secure another win. The lower rated player is showing some serious grit right now. A strong answer from Omnic to keep things close before the break. His 13-game tear today is starting to look more sustainable. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's managing the pace exactly as expected. He continues to lean on that strong overall head-to-head advantage to keep this one under control. Time to see if Omnic can surge. Lancer has spent most of his career holding a lead in this specific rivalry, and we're seeing that long-term history outweigh the recent hype. It's a huge shift from the result they had just a few hours ago. I wonder if Omnic can even pull this back now. That's a crisp response from Omnic, continuing to fight his way back into this contest. Lancer is fighting to keep that ladder advantage in check. He refuses to fade away, digging deep to stay right in this battle. The raw skill gap is barely a factor in this series. A total shift in energy here as Omnic levels the set with a clean finish. A flawlessly timed sequence of plays to lock in that tie. He catches the quicker shot to regain a slim advantage. He's really grinding out this series despite a tough day overall. What a clash on the ramp! Lancer really took control of that space to extend his lead. Lancer is proving to be the more consistent force in their overall series. Lancer is completely taking over, picking up another easy one to push his lead to 11-8. He's refusing to buckle under the pressure, staying composed to keep this series alive. He's showing why the favorites aren't always guaranteed a blowout. Lancer secures a huge opening for the final stretch, bringing him to the precipice of victory. Unbelievable. He survives on a sliver of health to shut the door and close out the series. That's a huge statement win. To snap that massive streak, he really earned that victory today. What a fight. Zeth was ready for him, quickly cleaning him up from the ramp. Lancer is looking a bit lost right now, especially since Zeth is just bullying him from the high ground. The overall head-to-head history definitely favors the top player here. Lancer answers back immediately, proving he can hold the high ground just as well as Zeth. Just a reminder that Zeth has really owned this matchup historically. Lancer just completely flipped the script here, taking control of the map after a shaky start. Lancer usually holds the edge on this map, regardless of history. A quick trade-off on the ramp and he secures a third straight round. Hard to imagine Zeth entering as the favorite after this start. A quick reaction from Zeth to level things back up. Zeth is putting a lot of pressure on Lancer right now, firmly in control of the momentum. Lancer is really fighting for a lead here, and he managed to push Zeth right off that ramp. A total stalemate as they move into the next one. Lancer just can't seem to shake Zeth off that ramp today. Zeth is certainly looking like the more confident of the two today. Lancer just had the better read, knocking Zeth right off that ramp to keep things dead even. The ranking gap is pretty slim, so this feels exactly right. Zeth just reclaimed that lead, and he looks very comfortable fighting from the ramp right now. Lancer has definitely been the more active competitor today. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, the underdog is definitely making a statement here. He looks a lot stronger than the ranking suggested he would be today. Lancer needs to find some answers. Unreal. Zeth barely walks away from that fight, barely hanging on after knocking Lancer off the ramp. Talk about a nail-biter for a second there. Lancer just shuts him down from the boxes, showing a lot of heart to keep this close. He's certainly not backing down despite the initial gap. He's really digging in now, claiming that ramp for a second straight round. The pressure is really mounting on the pre-match favorite. Zeth takes control of the high ground once more, keeping his lead intact. A rough 24 hours for Lancer with that 17-20 record. Lancer is staying tenacious, shutting Zeth down instantly to close the gap further. Absolute chaos in this trade, and Zeth somehow manages to crawl away with a tiny sliver of health. Honestly, he's just refusing to go down today. Zeth is just putting a stranglehold on this match, really pulling away now. Lancer has really struggled to find his footing against him today. Lancer is refusing to fold, simply out-dueling Zeth right off the ramp. Lancer really has a chance to force a closer end in here. Zeth strikes back and secures a huge advantage, putting himself in a position to end this right now. He is really putting his higher rating on display right now. He's showing incredible grit, refusing to just let this game slip away. Lancer is making him sweat for every single round now. What a finish! Zeth closes the deal with a final trade on the ramp to secure the victory. Lancer really put up a fight, but he just couldn't close it out when it mattered most. He had to work for that. Zeth has a clear advantage over the long term, leading their head-to-head record 371-336. But that history is fighting against the current reality of Omnic's recent hot streak. I wonder if that prior confidence will be enough to carry him through this set. Omnic is staring down a 2-1 lead right now. He is definitely showing that recent 90% form right now. Both of these players are trading blows, leaving us completely deadlocked early on. This puts the higher rated player on the defensive for a moment. Zeth completely ignores that height advantage and takes the round, putting the pressure back on Omnic. A very tricky spot for a player who's usually so consistent lately. He's just unstoppable right now, using that boost to widen his lead to 4-2. A real swing for the lower ranked player in this pair. The momentum has completely shifted. He's just strolling through this set now. A clean victory for Omnic, who is showing a lot of grit to keep this close. The favorite is finally starting to assert some control here. Zeth really seems to be benefiting from his higher success rate on this specific terrain, which is surprising because he has actually been outplayed quite a bit across the league today. It will be interesting to see if he can turn this early lead into a full result. He is taking full control now, extending the gap just as we head into the mid-game break. This half is wrapping up with a lot of momentum on his side. Zeth is comfortably ahead 9-3 at the break. This is a shock given that Omnic entered as the slight favorite. Zeth is just playing a different game right now and looks completely relaxed. Omnic needs an immediate answer here. Zeth is putting on a clinic, now leading 9-4. He's definitely leaning on the 21-11 record from today. Zeth is just run away with this now, hitting double digits. He looks a lot more composed than he did during his 15-22 match today. It's becoming a real mountain to climb for Omnic as Zeth continues to push forward. He's really refusing to let that 13-6 loss on Dunes weigh him down. He just wipes the board clean for Omnic and moves within striking distance of victory. It's an absolute rout on this end of the set. Absolute perfection. He closes the door on a massive 13-4 victory. It's just a total reversal from that previous match they had on Dunes, and he looked like he had the answer for everything. Lancer gets the opener here, using that ramp advantage to strike first. Lancer holds a strong lead in their overall history with 111 wins over Omnic. It is interesting to see that edge translating into a fast start today despite Omnic having the better rating. Let's see if Omnic can find some answers. Lancer just deletes him from that high ground, taking full control of the match. Lancer is simply outclassing him, securing another victory from the window. Omnic has the higher rating but is struggling to find a response. Lancer keeps the pressure high, securing another one-sided victory to reach a 6-round lead. Incredible, he just barely survived that trade, clutching the round with a single hit point left. That's the first bit of proof for his superior ladder standing. Lancer is just too fast right now, claiming that high ground to shut everything down. Coming off a tough loss to Zed right before this, Lancer couldn't hold the advantage on the ramp this time, giving Omnic a rare bit of ground. Lancer is really capitalizing on a strong 111-103 head-to-head lead. It's just a tough situation for Omnic, who is struggling to push his higher rank into any real results here. He's really fighting an uphill battle. Lancer takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, the expected favorite is simply owning the server. That 6-round streak really broke Omnic's confidence early on. Time to switch sides. Omnic claws back one, but Lancer stays ahead at 8-5. He's been fighting through some really tough matches today. Omnic is really showing some grit here, erasing another round to keep this rally going. The momentum has completely shifted as he puts together another strong round to bring the score within one. The confidence is surging for him right now. Lancer manages to shut that comeback attempt down by popping him off the ramp. It's a tough spot for someone currently sitting higher on the ladder. Lancer is simply too quick, using that ramp to get the jump on him again. Despite the rating gap, Lancer is comfortably in the driver's seat. A complete shutdown of the comeback effort, and now the momentum has swung right back. Lancer picks him off the window and is now just one round away from victory. He really looked like the underdog in the pre-game projections. Boom! An absolutely effortless final shot, and Lancer closes the deal. He really had a field day with those fast flick shots, barely giving his opponent any room to breathe. Zeth holds a significant historical lead with a 60% win rate over Lancer. It's a surprising advantage given that he's currently the lower rated player of the two. Now we have to see if that long-term dominance can overcome Lancer's early momentum. Lancer is really heating up, leading the series 2-1. Lancer has been incredibly active today with 18 wins already. Zeth has completely flipped the script here, shifting the momentum right back into his favor. He enters this server with a slightly lower rating than his opponent. Another fast reaction from Zeth, and now he's fully taken control of the game. It's a very different look from the match they just finished. Lancer manages to pick him off the ramp, bringing the score level. A real nail-biter as the score hits a deadlock. Zeth edges ahead, putting the pressure back on Lancer. Lancer is having a really busy day with a balanced record so far. Lancer just reacted faster, catching Zeth before he could even settle in. Goodness, what a scrap. Lancer barely scrapes through that encounter with a sliver of health left. His luck is just unreal right now. Lancer secures a grueling victory from the ramp, continuing his current run of 3 straight rounds. The underdog is definitely putting on a show here. Zeth closes out this stretch perfectly, staying completely healthy to keep things tight. He looks sharp after that decisive victory over Lancer just a while back. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, this is playing out exactly as we anticipated. Lancer looks steady and composed, and he is currently in the driver's seat. Let's see if Zeth digs deep. Lancer still clings to a 1-round cushion right now. It's a closer contest than their usual encounter suggests. Absolute chaos now that Zeth has forced a tie. He's certainly proven his strength on this particular map. Lancer is keeping things incredibly tight here, refusing to let Zeth build any real momentum. A strong showing for the rank 29 player so far. We're all square at 8 apiece, a total deadlock. He's really fighting to keep his head high after that recent loss on Redline. Lancer just claws back a narrow lead. Lancer is showing a lot of resilience today. Zeth has a 48% win rate on this specific map, and honestly, seeing him struggle while Lancer moves comfortably to 10 rounds is quite a shift. I wonder if the momentum has finally swung too far for him to recover. Lancer is on fire now, putting an end to Zeth's recent surge with an effortless kill. Lancer is quickly forgetting that defeat on Redline. Lancer is an absolute wall right now, taking total control of the match point. The pressure is simply too much for Zeth to handle right now. Zeth manages to pull it back, providing a momentary reprieve for himself. The favorite is finally starting to push back. He keeps this run alive, refusing to back down despite the pressure. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure mount now. What a finish! Lancer barely clings to life to secure the final round and the victory. He's finally shaking that head-to-head ghost, fighting through some incredibly narrow margins to get this one. He really earned that victory. What a fight! Welcome everyone, Lancer and Omnic are heading to Redline to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Lancer currently holds a lead in their head-to-head history with over 100 wins. It's a psychological advantage that seems to be carrying over into today's match. We'll see if Omnic can break that pattern. Lancer edges ahead, grabbing a narrow lead over Omnic. Omnic has a decent run lately, but that's not showing yet. These two are completely locked in, trading rounds back and forth like a pendulum. He's fighting hard to reverse a bit of a slump lately. Lancer keeps the pressure on with a 3-2 lead. A tough run of things lately for the higher rated competitor. Omnic fights back to tie things up at 3 apiece. He's certainly playing like the higher rated competitor right now. The pace of this match is absolutely flying. These rounds are over before we can even blink. It's been a tough stretch for him since that series loss to Zeth. Lancer has a strong history on this specific map, with a 48% win rate. Well, that's contrasting sharply with how Omnic has historically struggled in these encounters. It's creating a real mountain for Omnic to climb right now. He's showing some real grit here, claws his way back to within 2. He's really digging in to close the gap as we approach the break. The momentum has completely shifted for the underdog. We've got a deadlock at 6-all. It's a very balanced start that reflects the expectations for a close fight. Lancer is doing just enough to stay in the mix as they head into the second half. Fresh start for both players now. Lancer reclaims a slight edge, pushing the score to 7-6. He's keeping those recent wins against him fresh in mind. He's showing impressive tenacity, evening the scoreboard and erasing that early deficit. Both players are simply refusing to give an inch tonight. He's showing a huge amount of spirit, taking another clean round to secure the lead. This puts him in a great position after that rough patch against Kale. Absolute precision from the challenger, who just secures his 3rd straight win to tighten the grip on this series. Lancer finds his mark and manages to disrupt that momentum. The higher ranked player needs to find a way to regroup. Omnic is showing some serious resilience, cleaning up this round to hold on to that 2-round lead. Lancer pulls one back, bringing it to 9-10. A solid effort from Lancer, who's currently sitting at rank 29. He's really showing his strength now, proving he can push back from the brink. That's a very confident look from the favorite. And he does it again. Omnic takes control and is now just 1 round away from victory. A really commanding performance from the higher seed in these closing moments. Unbelievable, Omnic shuts the door on this match to secure the victory. He really proved today that he can overcome the map disadvantage. A huge statement win to close things out. Welcome everyone to Redline. We have Lancer and Omnic facing off to see who comes out on top today. Lancer leads the all-time head-to-head series with 112 total wins over his opponent. It's surprising to see him on the back foot, given he's consistently been the more successful player in this rivalry. We'll see if he can shake off this slow start. Slightly more space on the ramp this time, but Omnic still found the quicker shot to take the lead. Omnic is now firmly in control with a 3-1 lead. Lancer takes control of the ramp there, keeping things very tight as we enter the 6th round. Both of these players have been fighting hard against death today. What an absolute war! He barely manages to survive that exchange to even things up. It's a complete reset for both players heading into the 7th. Omnic holds a slim edge as we start round 7. Coming off a strong 22-13 run over the last day. Lancer manages to outduel him from below, taking a lead in this set. Both of these guys have been grinding heavily today. Omnic keeps the momentum with a narrow 5-4 lead. He's currently sitting higher in the rankings as well. Omnic is really starting to lean on that 70% recent form, and he is converting those opportunities into a distinct lead. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can dig deep and find a way back into this one. Absolute chaos there. He practically ran out of health, but somehow finds the finishing shot just before the half. That was an incredibly tight finish to keep things competitive. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 going into the break. Well, the favorite has a huge mountain to climb if he wants to peel away from this. Both players are essentially playing a mirror image of each other right now. Fresh start for both. Lancer finally grabs the edge with a 7-6 lead. His total head-to-head dominance in this matchup is starting to show. Lancer had a real opportunity to build a cushion here, but Omnic just won the race to the trigger. He's showing a lot of composure in this back-and-forth set. Lancer edges ahead again, moving into an 8-7 lead. That was an incredibly clean takedown. Lancer is pulling away, now sitting comfortably at 9-7. Lancer is looking very comfortable against his long-term rival today. Unreal, Omnic barely clings to life after that brutal exchange to drag him off the ramp. He's showing incredible grit to claw back into the game. Total parity once again as they square off at 9 apiece. The ladder rankings didn't lie about who had the edge today. He's completely taken over now, securing a 3rd straight win to reclaim the lead. A massive swing in momentum for a guy sitting slightly higher on the ladder. A high-stakes straight on the ramp, and he manages to secure the kill to bring us back to a draw. That puts the pressure right back on him after a shaky start. Lancer is putting some serious pressure on him now, really fighting to separate himself as this series reaches its final stages. Omnic puts him down from the ramp to bring us back to a dead tie. A tough spot for the lower ranked player to navigate in a tie game. He absorbs a fair amount of damage but pushes through to put himself in a position to end this. It's a tough spot for the lower seeded player to claw back now. Lancer claws back into the driver's seat, forcing a deadlock at 12-all. A real battle of nerves between these two today. Omnic has really found a way to tighten things up when it counts, putting himself in a great spot to wrap this up. A great way to recover after that tough loss on fast aim earlier. Lancer really made the most of that vertical advantage to secure the point. Both players are absolutely locked in for this overtime stretch. The momentum has completely shifted toward Lancer. He's put a serious dent in Omnic's lead. A tough time to be the favorite. Lancer burns through the defense from the ramp, putting himself just one step away from victory. A crushing sequence of rounds to take the map. A huge response from Omnic, winning that clash on the ramp to keep his hopes alive. A huge save to stop the bleeding right there. A fierce duel from the ramp, and Omnic comes out on top to keep things deadlocked. Absolute bloodbath as we head deep into this overtime. Omnic barely holds a single round's advantage right now. We've hit a total stalemate with Lancer and Omnic tied at 16. Omnic sneaks ahead by a single round here. A huge swing for the player with a lower overall win rate. Omnic is extending his grip to an 18-16 cushion. A tough spot to be in for the player with the longer career record. Omnic's climbing fast now, holding a 3-round advantage. He really stared down the barrel in overtime and didn't blink. Lancer fought so hard to keep this close, but he just couldn't close the door. What a battle! Welcome to the arena. Today we have Zeth and Lancer facing off in a battle to see who takes the win. Zeth holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history, owning 114 of their previous meetings. So it's really interesting to see how he's playing the aggressor here. Even though Lancer took their most recent set, the overall track record definitely favors Zeth. Lancer had a great read on that one, catching Zeth right as he stepped onto the ramp. His current form looks a bit shaky compared to the opponent. Zeth is just dominating, pulling ahead 3-1. That's a nice response for him after those losses to Omnic. Zeth is putting on a clinic, sitting comfortably at 4-1. He's really putting that ranking gap to use right now. Lancer is showing some real grit, refusing to let this map slip away. Lancer is making the most of his underdog status tonight. Zeth has really struggled today with a 13-22 record over the last 24 hours, and yet he's looking much more confident in this specific match. It's a huge shift from how he's performed in his other recent sets. Zeth is firmly in the driver's seat at 6-3. Lancer has definitely found some success against him recently. That's another point for Lancer, who continues to dig deep and close the gap. It's a surprising turn of events, given the pre-match expectations. Zeth holds a strong 3-round advantage at 7-4. He's fighting against the grain after those two tough losses today. Zeth goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, he's definitely outperforming the expectations for this set. He's playing way better than his recent 30% win rate suggests he should be. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Zeth keeps the pressure high, extending his lead to 8-5. He looks way more focused than he did in that set against Omnic. Lancer just walked right through him to get another round on the board. Zeth has a lot of ground to make up against this hungry opponent. He just clears out Zeth's spot on the boost, continuing this impressive surge. He's really putting himself in a position to snatch a victory. Zeth regains some breathing room, leading 9-7. A critical response for the higher seed to stay on top. Zeth stretches his lead to 10-7 with a huge play. Lancer is currently fighting an uphill battle against his all-time nemesis. Lancer reacts instantly, knocking him off the Tetris to keep this comeback alive. He's starting to put up some serious resistance now. Both players are reacting so quickly now, the rounds are just flying by. Lancer is simply refusing to give up, ending that exchange in a blink. Zeth claws back control and finds himself just one step away from a victory. That was a tight duel, but he came out on top. What a finish! Zeth closes out the series with a perfect final shot to secure the win. That gives him some much needed confidence after those earlier losses today. He just couldn't be denied in the end.